Hello there and welcome all to Scotch and Smoke Rings. Happy Thursday night. It's time for another episode of Alone in the Dark. But also, last night was a kind of special night. They released the Fallout show. The entire Fallout show. They released it last night. And I hosted a watch party where we all got to watch the show live together. YouTube took it down about 30 minutes in. Then Facebook took it down. Then Kick took it down. Right. I was live on Twitch, essentially, all night last night till 2 in the morning. Because it was the only platform that didn't take me down. Despite the fact that I actually got written permission in both email and text form from Prime Video themselves to host the watch party. Whatever, I'm still glad. I'm just glad that we were able to enjoy ourselves last night and we saw the entire first season and walked away with some questions. But also had a great time because it was quite a fun show. It was a whole lot of fun. So you'll notice that I've got a handy little poll on the chat right now because I want to be sensitive to those of you who haven't seen the show yet. And if you haven't, I don't blame you. It's been less than 24 hours. Well, actually, no, it's been 25 hours. Okay, it's been 25 hours since the show was available for people to watch on Prime. And that's not a lot of time for most working individuals who have lives and families in school to watch the show. I get it. So I want to be sensitive to you guys. And yet I also know that this is a topic of conversation that everybody in the community is talking about today. And I know many of you want to talk about it. So I've got a poll. Are we going to talk about spoilers from the show tonight or not? And I appreciate it if each of you chime in and give me your opinion so that I know how to proceed with any questions that I get tonight. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, Kick, and Twitch. Good to see all of the familiar faces on Twitch. Fee, Nolly, Naspix64TM, Akuji, Total Eclipse, Mobius, Cassencloth, Agenda, Space Gamer, HM Grant. It's wonderful to see all of the familiar faces on YouTube. Jessica McDonald, Toby Noble, Elena Sherwood, and of course it's great to see everyone on Kick today as well. And the regulars and the members and the Patreon supporters on YouTube today. Chris Tidwell, Alt Grendel, Mila, Hellcat, Sebastian Sanchez, Craig Euler, Tilly, Tony J, Random Wastelander. So good to see each and every one of you. I've had a busy past 24 hours. Yeah, we finished the show last night. It was like 2 in the morning, and we really went through the entire thing. We got through it all. I didn't know if I was going to be able to get through all of it, but I managed to maintain the stamina necessary to get through the show. And, you know, it was a credit to the show that at the end of every episode, I wanted to watch more. We all did. Especially towards the end there. So many of you in the chat were just screaming at me, "Don't stop now! Keep going!" And I was like, all right. I'll keep going. We managed to get through the entire thing, and then I crashed. And then I woke up, and there are already reviews and videos dissecting the show, and I don't know how people do it. How do people do it? How do you create content that adequately explores a topic in less than 24 hours after it's been released? I don't know. I am planning to create content responding to the show and, you know, criticizing it and celebrating it and dissecting it and mourning it and everything. I'm going to do everything because the show has conjured every range of emotion that I could possibly have concerning the Fallout universe. And I will express it all in the coming days and weeks. Tilly says 7 days without a pun makes 1 week. Okay. I see what you did there, Tilly. Thank you so much. It was worth it, says Total Eclipse. He said he had 3 hours of sleep after that. It was worth it. You know, it was one of those once-in-a-lifetime things. When is there going to be a premiere of the first Fallout show ever? Never again. Like, that was the one and only time we could have enjoyed that as a community for the first time in history. And I'm so glad that so many of you were there and able to join me. I'm really sorry that YouTube kicked me off. I'm going to have a talk with my rep about that later. But I'm still grateful that Twitch allowed me to continue broadcasting and that Amazon gave me permission to broadcast it and that so many of you watched. Paladin Dance's girlfriend says, glad you're back. Was worried after the stream ended. Yeah, I never stopped broadcasting last night. I just kept rolling on Twitch as I saw my connections turn off one by one until Twitch was the last one standing due to copyright issues. But true to their word, Amazon let me continue to broadcast on Twitch. And I got to, I mean, to their credit, you know, they don't control YouTube. And, I mean, they do control their copyright. What they should have done is they should have whitelisted the channels that they were allowing to host the watch parties. Which I know you can do because my channel has been whitelisted in the past by, you know, sponsors and advertisers and stuff like that. But they should have whitelisted my channel so that I could broadcast the show without getting in trouble. But they didn't do that. Thankfully, I didn't get a copyright strike or anything. They just turned it off. They ended the broadcast and made my video invisible. So, all right, fine. I'll continue to cover the show on Twitch. That's what I had to do. But yeah, my channel is fine. I'm fine. I didn't get a strike. We're all good to go. Julian Z says, hi, Ox. So good to see you on the Scotch and Smoke Rings. Hope you're well. Last night was great. Do you have any thoughts that have developed, or are you mulling it over? It's a little bit of both. I have done nothing but think about the show since it ended. I thought about it going to bed last night. I dreamt about it. I thought about it waking up. And the more I think about it, the more troubled I am at what went on. And hold on a second. Let me check the poll. Hold on. All right, we've got 238 votes. 74% say you want to talk spoilers. 25% say you don't. No. Yeah, okay, 25% say you don't. I'm going to go ahead and end it. Okay, so I want the stream to be available to everybody, but clearly the majority of the viewers today want to talk spoilers, and I don't mind talking spoilers because I've got some stuff to process, honestly. And so if you absolutely do not want any spoilers, please tune out. Come back at the turn of the hour when we start the game Alone in the Dark, and I won't be talking about the show anymore after that. And so you should feel comfortable to continue watching the show then if you're concerned about spoilers. Or you could mute me. I promise I won't be using sign language or holding up anything that spoils it. You could mute me and then at 8 o'clock, turn me back on and we can enjoy the game together. When I do talk about spoilers, I'll try to be vague when it's possible to answer the question being vague. And where it's not, I will, let you know beforehand if it's a big storyline spoiler, okay? I think that's a pretty appropriate way to deal with it. How's that? Anyway, to answer your question, Julian Z, I have been mulling it over, and the show has affected me in ways that I did not expect it to. I had a great time last night, and the show was so much fun, and having the community there was a blast, and the jokes were great, and the music was wonderful, and so the experience itself was a hugely uplifting thing, and I had a great time. I'm left with the long-term ramifications for what we saw in the Fallout universe, and what the show has done to everything we've explored and internalized in the games we've played in the past. And I feel a profound sadness, which I didn't expect, because of course it's just a show, it's just a game, And I didn't expect it to do that to me, but it kind of did. And I've been kind of sad all day. But I've been taking notes on how I want to respond. And I've got a long list of content ideas. Ultimately, I think my overarching response, revealing as few spoilers as possible, is that I'm sad they chose the direction of destroying what's already there to play around in the ashes. I had hoped that they would take what was already there and build upon it. And they did do that to a certain extent. They built new characters, a lot of new characters. I loved all of the characters. There wasn't a single character that I didn't like. It was good seeing all of the factions and the set design and the products placement, and it was the music. All of that was on point. But they put their hands into the bones of the Fallout universe and took a few pieces out and crushed a few pieces. They kind of messed with stuff that I wish they hadn't have messed with. Nothing they did. Okay, so I can't say that now. There was one thing they did that can't be ignored. And I'm going to talk about that in an upcoming video, and everyone who watched last night knows exactly what I'm talking about. But there's one big mistake that they made. It's a big mistake. It's not a small mistake. And I've been seeing people talking about it online, saying, "Oh, it was otherwise a great show. I can ignore that one little thing written on a chalkboard and yada yada." And okay, look, yeah, it's just a date on a chalkboard, but that one date has decades-spanning ramifications that invalidate an entire beloved game. Like it's not a small thing. It's a big deal. It's a big deal, and it shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have been missed. If it was inadvertent, it shouldn't have been missed. It should have been caught. If it was intentional, it shouldn't have been intentional. Because there are so many other ways they could have told that story without changing the story in any way and still maintain the continuity of the Fallout universe. So there was one big error. And it's an issue I'm going to talk about in an upcoming video. But aside from the error aspect of it, the choice that they made with some of the factions to destroy them, it's not necessarily, out of bounds, right? Because we get that choice in the games. We get the choice to destroy factions or let them live, to pick winners and to pick losers. And that's what the showrunners did in this show. They picked winners and they picked losers, and they wouldn't have picked the losers that I would have picked. So that's just something that I'm processing and dealing with. At any rate, those are some of the things I have been mulling over. Man of Warb says, how is it that a frog has more lives than a cat? A cat has only 9 lives, but a frog croaks every night. I see what you did to that. Okay, thank you for that one. Wonderful addition, Man of Warb. All right, here I'm going to be talking about a big lore spoiler. Okay, so if you absolutely want to avoid it, this isn't a spoiler about the plot of the show. It's a spoiler about the underlying foundations of the universe as revealed by the show. Okay, so I'm going to talk about that now. Wade Speakerman says, 2277? Shady Sands? Come on, I'm still outraged. And yeah, that's the big, inexcusable mistake. Like, there's no getting around it. And it's the thing that makes it so frustrating is because they clearly respected the source material. In this 8-episode series, they clearly did their research. They created props, just like the props from the games. They recreated interiors, like the interiors from the games. They put in so many Easter eggs that referred to the games. They even had an Easter egg to a boy and his dog during one of the dialogue scenes before the war, which of course was inspired, a movie that inspired the first Fallout game. Like, they had so much in the show that was so well thought out, which is why missing that is such a a big issue, and it's so confusing. If the show itself had just been lazy, like Fallout Brotherhood of Steel was, right? Not tactics. I'm not talking tactics. I'm talking about Fallout Brotherhood of Steel, which just said, yeah, we don't care about established Fallout lore. We're going to make a fun post-apocalypse game, and we're going to call it Fallout. Because that's essentially what they did. If they had just done that with the show, then the date would be less of an issue, because there would be so much else that, invalidated the show. But to get everything else right, and to get that thing wrong, it's confounding. Now, what he is talking about is Lucy and company, they go into Vault 4, and we learn that Vault 4 had an awful experiment, but after that experiment ended, refugees from Shady Sands sought refuge in Vault 4. Shady Sands, we learn from within Vault 4, was destroyed in 2277. There's a scene where Lucy goes into a classroom and the teachers are teaching their children about the history of Shady Sands, and they've got, the history going all the way back to its foundation during the events of Fallout 1, to its growth during Fallout 2, all the way to its destruction in 2277. The reason that's a problem is because Fallout New Vegas takes place in 2281. And I've been reading some of the, some people responding to this issue, and they're like, well, it's just one date. It's just some scribbling on a chalkboard. Some chem addict could have written it. We don't have to pay attention to that. I can forgive that. But you can't. You can't. It's not just some scribbling on a chalkboard by a chem addict. It's scribbling on a chalkboard by people who survived that very destruction. The people who were writing on that chalkboard are the survivors of Shady Sands. They're the people who lived through it. If there's anyone who knows the correct date for the destruction of Shady Sands, it's going to be the survivors of the destruction of Shady Sands. The people who are writing on that chalkboard. So for me to buy that it's just a mistake and we don't really need to give it credence because it could just be some person who didn't know what they were talking about, I can't buy that because this is a classroom in a vault of survivors of that very world-ending event that destroyed their very town. For them to get that date wrong doesn't make sense. For the showrunners to get that date wrong also does not make sense for what I previously talked about. For them to have gotten everything else right, to get that date wrong? Think about how many eyes went over this. The director, the producers, the multiple producers, the people involved from Bethesda, the people who were writing it. Every episode had multiple writers and researchers. All of those eyes scanned every single frame of that show, and all of them missed that date. It's not believable. It can't be believed that that was an oversight. I can only conclude that it was intentional, that they chose to make that happen. And it's a problem because that means that Shady Sands, the headquarters of the NCR, was destroyed 4 years before the events of Fallout New Vegas. And that is impossible. It makes the events of Fallout New Vegas impossible. Think about it. I'm writing my video already. I should be saving this for a video. But think about it. For that to be true, for Shady Sands and by extension the NCR to be destroyed 4 years before the events of Fallout New Vegas, how do you explain the NCR army winning the first battle of Hoover Dam? They won a battle against Caesar's Legion after it was destroyed, right? In 2277, they won a battle against Caesar's Legion at Hoover Dam. They occupied the Mojave Wasteland. President Aaron Kimball flew in a vertibird and landed on the Hoover Dam. The president of what? If the NCR is gone because it was destroyed in 2277, who landed on the Hoover Dam? That's not a quest that's up to the courier. That's not something that we get to choose. That event happens no matter what the courier decides. The courier can only decide how Aaron Kimball, how the quest turns out, whether or not he lives, whether or not he dies. But Aaron Kimball landing on the dam, that's not up to the courier. That is a canonical event that happens during the story of Fallout New Vegas. And if he's the president of the NCR, that means the NCR has to exist. But if it doesn't exist, who landed on Hoover Dam? If the NCR doesn't exist, who defeated Caesar's Legion? If the NCR doesn't exist, who put the powder gangers in the prison? Right? This is the problem. This is the canonical lore problem, because that one date on a chalkboard, and yes, it is just one date on a chalkboard, but that one date has such great ramifications for the world building of the Fallout universe. It invalidates an entire game in the franchise, and it's not a small issue. It's a big, big issue. And I'm not one of those guys who just craps on the show. I love the show. I like the show. I think there's so much that they did well. I've celebrated as much about the show that I can. I'm only talking about this as if it's a big deal because it is a big deal. We can't ignore the big deals and the big issues when they pop up, right? There are going to be people who are saying, oh, well, you're just a Bethesda fanboy and you like everything Bethesda does and you just crap on anything Obsidian does. And then there are going to be the guys on the other side who say, oh, you're just a New Vegas fanboy and for some reason you've got a hard-on for this one game and you're just haters for everything Bethesda. Look, and both of those philosophies are wrong. We have to celebrate the things that they do right and criticize the things that they do wrong. And it doesn't matter who made it. If it's a Fallout game in the Fallout franchise, it doesn't matter if it's Obsidian or Bethesda or Interplay. They're canonical published works within the continuity of that world, and they should be judged based on their own merits. And when they get it right, we celebrate them for getting it right. But when they get it wrong, it must be criticized. And they sadly got that wrong, and it is a big issue. It's a big deal. And it needs to be addressed. And I've gone over and over in my mind all day today how it could possibly be addressed. And I don't have anything. I'm pulling up short here. I don't know how they could fix this in season 2. Because the only explanation is that the guys got it wrong in the vault. That they wrote the wrong name down. They wrote the wrong date in the vault. I mean, and it's like if they just didn't have that scene, it would be okay. I mean, on one hand, I'm sad that Shady Sands is gone and that the NCR is destroyed. It's just, like I said, instead of creating something new, they just destroyed what existed and, played around in the ashes and made up a new story. Fine. Yeah, that's one way to go about it, and that's what they chose. Okay, whatever. That's what they did. If they did not include that scene with the date, everything else works. You can tell the rest of the story without that date, which is why getting the date wrong doesn't make any sense. It's such a careless thing to do. It's so unnecessary for them to do that. Anyway, so that was my day. That was my morning. How are you? You all feeling all right? Did you get enough sleep? Yes? Got enough coffee? Have a good dinner in you? Okay. We're going to have fun tonight? Yeah, we're going to have fun tonight. We're going to play a game. We got drinks? Everyone have rum? Scotch? Cigars? We're good? All right. We're good. Jez Vicious says, hi, Ox. Have a question. Have you ever played Fallout with a different soundtrack? I've been playing Call of Duty 3, a World War II game, won over it, and I have to stop every few minutes to wipe the tears away. No, I never have. I usually have the music turned off because I'm, recording footage for a video, and I don't want it to get demonetized, but I love the soundtracks to all of the Fallout games. When I'm playing just for personal enjoyment, I've got the background music turned up because all of the music that Ion Zul does is immersive and beautiful and wonderful. So no, I never play with a different soundtrack playing. Alt Grendel says, what starts with a P-O, ends with an R-N, and you can make it home? Popcorn! That's right. It couldn't be anything else. Julian Z says, Ox, in Fallout 76, you can claim your Vault 33 vault suit, the Ghoul's outfit and hat, and a camp ally that's a squire, with the big bag and everything and all for free. Yeah, because Fallout 76 is just turning into a big playground and amusement park. That's cool. I mean, I'm not incentivized to log in and claim any of that because if I was playing Fallout 76 and I was creating a camp, I wouldn't want non-canonical characters from the West Coast in a different time period arriving in my camp. But I'm just weird that way, I guess. KT says, did you notice the name of the secretary when Cooper was spying on his wife? I was going to say more, but I still want to be careful. I didn't. I must have missed that. I know that they're dropping last names. Like the last names are many of the hints because of what we learned about Vault-Tec during the show. But I did miss that. Omega Volwin says, wait a minute, by the logic used for the reason to nuke Shady Sands, why didn't Vault-Tec nuke Vault City? Yeah, exactly. But it must just be because they didn't know it existed. That has to be the only explanation. But then again, the entire reason behind it is that they wanted to be the only faction left. That was the reasoning. They wanted to be the only faction left, and maybe in their mind, Vault City was them. And so it's okay for Vault City to become a thriving civilization because they're part of Vault-Tec. Of course, the issue is why didn't Vault City ever talk about the other vaults or, have communication with the management that was in Vault 33 or 31, right? There's kind of, when you retcon things like that, it makes other previously created stuff a little bit iffy. McChaster says, one of the big things for me was the pre-war meeting where they do the reveal that was originally pitched in the failed Fallout movie. I cackle madly. That's true. That was the original pitch in the original Fallout movie. Yeah. I remember seeing the screenplay for that, and that was right out of the original Fallout movie. And it's also really interesting because of the implications towards the great game. I don't believe the games, after the Point Lookout DLC for Fallout 3, none of the games really talked about that very much, with the exception of maybe Lorenzo Cabot could have been one of the members of the Great Game, and of course Robert House from Fallout New Vegas, probably a member of the Great Game. But the other games didn't really touch on that very much. So I'm excited to be diving back into that topic and in context with the show to see exactly how much of that can overlap. Josh Bunton says, spoilers, boo, lol. I mean, I had a poll. I had a poll at the very beginning. I guess I should have left it up, but the poll says that I guess I should have left it up. Rachel says, did you try calling the phone number from the Vault-Tec commercial from the show? 213-25-VAULT. Try it. Oh, that's delightful. Thank you, Rachel. When that came up during the show, I made a mental note to do it at some point, but then I forgot about it so I never did it. But that's great. 213-25-VAULT. Love it. Cannibal Bananas says, I only watched episode 1 late last night, and I liked what I saw. I wasn't a fan of the bullying within the Brotherhood. I don't like their faction, but I don't recall seeing them bully each other in the games. Yeah, that is a new part, really, of the Brotherhood's identity. Certainly in Lion's Brotherhood of Steel, they weren't like that. Well, okay, so it's not necessarily approved. If we recall, the Elder, when he took Maximus aside to scold him for what he thought he had done, He said, a brother never fights a brother. That's a sign of weakness. So from a faction perspective, assaulting another brother of steel is wrong, right? You would never do that. You're a team. You're a unit. But what I think we saw was hazing. And hazing, it goes on in the military. It goes on in colleges. It goes on everywhere all over the globe, and it's not good. It's not a cool thing, but it happens. So it might be something that either the elders didn't realize was happening, or they sort of just overlooked as something that, young people in the military just do, and they have no control over. But yeah, it's kind of a bummer that they would treat each other that way. Manuel Morales says, I took it as the end of Shady Sands and not the NCR. They absorbed other cities, so they should have been fine. Maybe Courier nukes them, plus the loss of New Vegas. The problem with that reasoning is because what is Shady Sands when we visit it during Fallout 2? It's NCR. It's no longer Shady Sands. It's now called NCR on the map because Shady Sands became the governmental seat of the NCR. Yes, during Fallout 2, we learned that the NCR has absorbed the state of Maxon and the LA Boneyard and Dayglow and all of these other places nearby. The NCR is a government that spans the West Coast. But the seat of power is in Shady Sands. It would be like nuking Washington, D.C., right? The government is there. We've got all three branches of government there in D.C. If that gets nuked, that's the government gone. Which I think is why we see the NCR sort of fractured. There are two major NCR factions in the show. There's the small-time regional factions with the fat guy and his deputies wearing the cowboy hats. They're saying that they're NCR because there's no one there to stop them. Are they really NCR? Maybe, but they're just saying that they're the quote-unquote government because they're the guys who have the guns in that location at that time, and they can, and there's no one who can stop them. But then the real heir to the NCR really is Moldover, or whatever her name is, who's, trying to actually, I don't want to get into too many spoilers, but I think she was the one who actually takes on the mantle as the leader of the NCR, and that's where the forces are, right? They're the ones wearing the combat armor. They're the ones who are wielding the flag. They're the ones who are, fighting in the name of the NCR. Interestingly, the only people who wore the Ranger armor during the show were the lead scavengers. The lead scavengers that the ghoul appears, tracks down. Okay, let me see. Where are we? That Colin guy says, Ox, the date on the wall preceded the explosion drawing. Perhaps it is to imply that the bombing occurred after 2277. By the way, that was a great stream last night. Got 2.5 hours of sleep after it. Cheers. Well, yeah, you're right. I do recall that the explosion icon was after 2277. You're right about that. But then why write 2277? Because there was nothing else there, right? You've got this timeline with a bunch of hash marks on it, and at each hash mark you've got a date and a description. Founding of the NCR. NCR becomes a republic. Votes come in and the 5 districts of the NCR join to become one. President elected, right? You've got all of these dates and something happens. And then the last date, we see the explosion and nothing else. So what's that date for, if not for the explosion? What would it be for? I can't imagine it would be for anything else, right? Rachel says, thoughts on the whole drugs keeping ghouls from becoming feral thing? I'm not opposed to the idea on principle. I want it explained, though, because it's not like they're going to a post-apocalypse chem merchant who's creating ghouls drugs based on new technology to address the new ghoul problem. They're raiding supermarkets to get pre-war caches of an anti-feral ghoul drug. And that's my concern. What is that? Why would pre-war Americans have caches of anti-feral ghoul medication in the pharmacies of supermarkets? Right? I mean, people can't even get insulin in supermarkets today. And yet there was anti-feral ghoul medicine in the pharmacy of supermarkets across America before the bombs dropped. Okay, why? It was just another one of those things where, sure, there could be a plausible explanation for this. I wish you'd give it to me, because I want to know what it is. And they didn't explain it. Guess they felt like they didn't need to. Maybe they will in season 2. Julian Z says, come on, Ox, at least claim the ghoul's outfit. The outfit is cool. It would look great on the gunslinger character. Aesthetically, it's not lore breaking. I mean, yeah, I've got nothing bad to say about the ghoul's outfit. And in fact, I've got nothing bad to say about the costuming in general. Like I said earlier, they did so much right with this show. It was just so well done, including the costumes. The ghoul looks immaculate. The vault suits look amazing on every character. They actually look, real, like you could really wear them and that they wouldn't be a joke. They look normal. I mean, I guess if I have to be picky, I wish Maxon's jumpsuit was orange. Instead of the maroon dark red, it looks good on him. I think it looks great. But the one on Fallout 4 is orange. So, kind of wish that it was orange, but whatever. You know what they never did? They never touched on the Caswanon at all. 8 episodes. We see the Caswanon in episode 1, and then it disappears from the show entirely until episode 8. And we never go in it. We never board it. We never learn why it's there. It doesn't even participate in the battle at the observatory. Like it's in the air, and it launches the vertibirds. Right, the vertibirds launch from it. But aside from that, it doesn't do anything. We never go inside of it. It's never explained. Like, I wanted to know more about that. I wanted to know more about how the Brotherhood is organized. And I got the impression at the beginning of the episode that the elder who's talking with Maxon was just one elder of a small chapter, maybe in the Hollywood area. Because remember, their base was in the hills. It was in the mountains. There was snow on the ground. There were peaks all around them. So I got the impression that they were in Northern California, which is why they had to travel via vertibird to get down towards the Hollywood area. Well, okay, maybe not Northern California. Maybe Eastern California. Northern California would be too north. Maybe if it was set in San Francisco. But it's not. Anyway, but by the time of the last episode, he's treating himself like the only elder. But we know from established Fallout lore that the West Coast elders were numerous. We learned that even in Fallout 1 that there were numerous Brotherhood elders. And that was continued on into Fallout 2, and it was continued on into Fallout 3. Lyons got banished from the Brotherhood by the Council of West Coast Elders. So, is this guy going rogue, or is he the only elder? And why does he have so much power? Is the Caswanon his, or did that belong to the other elders, and they sent it to support this mission? I wish they would explain how the infrastructure of the Brotherhood is working. Edwin Hernandez says, Ox, I just want to get your thoughts. Do you believe the destruction of the beloved faction of the NCR off-screen is appropriate for Fallout fans? I mean, no, I don't. It's not an unforgivable sin. Getting a date wrong is an unforgivable sin, right? Giving us a date for the destruction of the NCR that predates the events of Fallout New Vegas, that's unforgivable. But to destroy a faction off screen, it's not unforgivable. It's disappointing. I don't think it's appropriate, but it's within their rights. It's within the narrative arc of a story in this universe, right? So it makes perfect sense for something like that to happen. But I think the reason that it's not appropriate, and I think this goes back to how I was feeling earlier today, it's that it's more than just a faction, one of the many factions. It's it's a faction that Fallout fans have been building since the very first Fallout. Ever since we rescued Tandy from the Raiders in Fallout 1 and we helped Aradesh, we've kind of been involved in the storytelling of the NCR. And I know not everyone loves the NCR, and you're not supposed to love the NCR because it's a flawed organization, but for it to already be gone when the show begins, it feels like you've been robbed a little bit, right? As a player, like you missed your opportunity to be involved in that, because we were so involved with the NCR for so long. To have it just disappear before we even get there in the show, and there's nothing we can do, you feel a little robbed, right? So I think it's normal and appropriate for us to be a bit disappointed by that narrative choice, but I don't think it's an unforgivable sin. Like getting the date wrong. That's unforgivable. Cliff Sane says, cheers, Ox. Is there a way to play back your Twitch live stream? I was on YouTube with you, but had no idea you continued on Twitch. Would love to continue watching Fallout along with your live stream. Sadly, Cliff Sane's, no, I'm not allowed to keep the video on demand live, right? Because then otherwise people would be able to just watch my live stream instead of logging into Amazon to watch it. That was just a one-time thing, and I said at the beginning of my live stream last night, that the VODs wouldn't be available after the stream ended. So I'm sad to say that that's gone. It was an event, it was an experience, and I'm glad so many of us were able to attend that, and sorry that you couldn't continue with that on YouTube. I'm surprised you missed that we moved to Twitch, because as the stream was coming to an end on YouTube, I was spamming links to my Twitch channel and Kick and Facebook channels into the chat. LAFC fan says, a sign the NCR may still exist in NorCal/Nevada is that when Lucy asks Max about the NCR billboard, it says Shady Sands, the first capital of the NCR, implying maybe there's a new capital after Shady Sands. If it were to say that, that would indeed be true. It does imply that there's another capital, but it also we need an explanation for Moldaver, right? Because if the NCR still exists out there in a powerful form, if there are other capitals and the NCR is still around, then that means they've got an army. It means they've got a military. Why didn't they ever come back to Shady Sands and try to reestablish it? Why did they never try to track down the people who destroyed Shady Sands? Why is rebuilding the Hollywood area left to Moldaver, who uses unscrupulous people and nefarious means to do so? Where are they, right? Like, if they still exist somewhere else, there's some other capital out there, where are they in the show? Right? Which makes me think that they're not anywhere else, that this really was the destruction of the NCR. Omega Volbin says, by 2065, House was certain the bombs were going to drop within 15 years. But in the show, he acts like he's not sure or like it's not going to happen. True, but it's also possible that he's not showing his full hand. Remember, he's House. He's a poker player. He keeps things close to his chest. Does he really want to let Vault-Tec and West-Tec and Repcon and West-Tec and everyone else know that he suspects that the apocalypse is going to happen soon? Probably not. For the same reason that Vault-Tec didn't really want to let it be known that they were the ones who were going to cause the apocalypse and save only the management of Vault-Tec, right? These guys weren't allies. They had their own secrets. And so we can't expect Robert House to divulge all of his secrets during a roundtable meeting at Vault-Tec. Greg Williams says, why is your nose never 12 inches long? Because then it would be a foot. I'm here all night, he says. Also, just started playing Fallout Tactics and really calculator for the last boss. Lol, I can't wait. Yeah, it's a little silly, but things in the Fallout universe are a little silly. Though, I mean, I don't want to spoil it for you, but just wait till you get to the calculator. He might be a bit familiar. G6 Drive says, thoughts on Mr. House not having the right accent? Yeah, I said that their casting was great, and I still believe that. I'm not sold on their casting for Mr. House. Yes, he had the right mustache, but he didn't really have the right look. He looked very young. The actor they cast, and maybe it's just because I'm getting old, and now I think everybody looks young, but the actor they cast to play Mr. House really looked like a young man in his 20s. Whereas the House that we know, when the bombs dropped, he was he was middle-aged. He was a middle-aged, successful, Howard Hughes type man, right? So I think they cast a young actor, and the actor didn't put on the very recognizable classic House accent. So yeah, I agree that was a missed opportunity. Jez Vicious says, I was also asking to get your opinion on why I find myself tearing up when I hear it combined with, say, Fallout. Could it be seeing myself in the world? You know what? You're asking me questions that only you can answer. That sounds like that's a very personal experience for you that's tied to music that only you can answer. I can say that the very nature of music is to elicit strong emotions within somebody. And so if you've already, I mean, there are songs and soundtracks out there that can make somebody weep, and you might not even understand the context behind them, right? Without understanding who wrote it or why it was written or what piece of media it was written for, it can still elicit an emotional reaction because that's what music was designed to do. So you gotta sort of interpret the meaning of that about yourself for yourself, really. Mark from Sales says, just finished the first episode of Fallout now, and let me just say, wow, a visual masterpiece. I'm a ton more optimistic now. Yeah, I mean, you can see why, after watching the first 2 episodes, I was incredibly optimistic about the show, because they got so much right, and it was a thrill to watch. Ashbot says, hey, Ox, good evening, everyone. What do you call a duck on drugs? A quackhead. All right. Where's my cigar? Thank you, Ashbot. Ludi Coden says, hey, this may be a spoiler episode, but I'm still enjoying your take. Makes me want to watch it more. Thank you and keep it up. Thank you, Ludi Coden. Again, if you're just tuning in, we did a poll at the beginning of the show to vote on whether or not we should do spoilers today, and everyone overwhelmingly voted yes. So if you don't want any spoilers, tune in about 11 minutes when the game begins, because we're talking spoilers today. Next up, Thomas McCormick says the lead writer talked about the fact that they hit maybe 10% of the lore they wanted to in season 1 and asked for patience on covering it all, and that he most loves the feel/tone of the original Fallout games. That's great, but you can't do something like that. Like, even if they've got a really, really good explanation for why Shady Sands was destroyed 4 years before the events of Fallout New Vegas. If they've got a really, really good explanation for that, it's just not smart to leave us with this to chew on for a year or more. How could they not expect diehard fans of the game to notice it and kind of point it out, right? I mean, I want to give these guys patience because I think they did an exemplary job in so many places. They got so much right. But this is not something you can get wrong. You can't get this wrong. And it looks like they got it wrong. And if they didn't, we kind of need to be explained why now. Like, we need the explanation for that now, not later. Andrew Staley with a super tip. Thank you so much, Andrew Staley. And that's your first super tip on broadcast. Thank you, Andrew. Rachel says, really the biggest mistake was the first aid kit not opening in the right orientation. But what was the best and worst little detail from the show? The thing with the first aid kit is in Fallout 3 we have very different first aid kits. In Fallout Tactics, we've got field medic kits that look very different. Perhaps it was only hospitals and military bases in Boston and also in West Virginia that had those sort of flip open first aid kits. Who knows, right? I guess the little thing is, like, I was really looking forward to seeing a holotape, but they don't show us holotapes. The holotapes in the show have video associated with them. And none of the holotapes in any of the games have video associated with them. Now, some of them do have images. If you recall, during the Rivet City questline and the Android questline, we get a photograph of Harkness on our Pip-Boy through a holotape. So holotapes can generate visual media. But this is the first time I recollect that a holotape could generate a recorded video. But they got the look of the holotape wrong, which was a bummer. They got the look of the radios wrong. I mean, the radios they've got a wide variety of radios. I guess it's more realistic for there to be a wide-ranging look of radios in the Fallout universe that ascribe to a certain style, rather than them all looking the same, like the Radiation King radio from Fallout 4. But I was a little sad that they didn't. I wanted to see a Wake Master alarm clock. Maybe I just missed it, but I didn't see a Wake Master alarm clock. But like I said, they got so many things right that it's really hard to find criticism about, costuming and props, because those are two things they did exceptionally well. Odd X says, would you consider re-uploading a cut of the stream with just the reactions to the live stream last night? No, Odd X. I don't think that would make context. It would be much harder to understand the context of my reactions without the show there, because a lot of my reactions were inline. They were as the show was happening rather than a summary at the very end of the show. So sadly, that's lost to time, and I'm sorry if you missed it. But that's why, we're talking about it now. This is a day later, and many of my responses and reactions are fresh. Clell Biggs says, what do you think is more likely? They messed up the date, or New Vegas is no longer canon? They messed up the date. New Vegas is canon, especially as we learned from the very end. And I don't want to do too many spoilers, but if you were there with me, you'll know what I'm talking about. The guy in power armor at the very end walking off into the distance, what did we see? And then also, Emil went on Twitter today. He was asked by a fan asking if New Vegas was still canonical, and Emil said that it was. So New Vegas is canonical. It's part of the Fallout universe. It's a mistake. It has to be a mistake. And it's such an unnecessary one, because you can fix it easily by either pushing up the date where Shady Sands was destroyed, or if that changes the age of Lucy or something like that, push out the date for when this series is set. Both of those things are possible, and they don't mess up anything that already exists in the Fallout universe. Why not do them? Ludi Coden gifted 10 Oxhorn memberships to the community. Thank you so much, Ludi Coden. And congratulations to Ben Cooling, Jamar Wilkins, C.O. Jones, Chris, Nilo557, Jeremy Schaefer, Manuel Morales, and Stormtrooper, and Paul and Rose. Thank you very much. Stephen Choza says, what do you think of the show and how it handles the NCR? And do you think there'll be a New Vegas? I've already answered this question earlier in the broadcast. I'm a little disappointed with how they handled the NCR. I don't think it's a unforgivable sin. I think it was completely within their narrative freedom to do what they did with the NCR, but it's still a little bit of a disappointment. Will they be in New Vegas? Well, we know from the last episode that their ruins are in New Vegas. Take a look at that last episode again and pay close attention to the text on a vertibird as the camera is panning away. Levartation says, I had to make a Kick account, then had to make a Twitch account last night. What did you think of the super mutant at the facility Wilzig was at? Was that a super mutant? We're talking episode 1, episode 2. Was that a super mutant? I don't recall seeing one. Okay, well, if that was a super mutant, it went right over my head. It was under a cloth. Oh, they show an arm. Okay, that's why I missed it. It was just the arm of a super mutant. Well, I mean, I missed it, so hard for me to comment on it. But clearly super mutants are a part of the Fallout universe, and it's a little surprising they didn't show up at all in the first season. But it'll be interesting to see how they reintroduce super mutants to us in the future. Alan Hama says, I know New Vegas is a major game in the franchise, but what do you think is the chance they make it not canon, considering the credit slide? The chance is really low. Like, it's a canonical game. It's a major game in the franchise, and it's referenced in the show. Like, the only thing they got wrong with New Vegas lore was that date, which would make the events of New Vegas impossible. But they referenced the NCR. They even referenced the NCR having vertibirds and power armor. They referenced the NCR being in the Mojave Wasteland. They referenced Mr. House and the Mojave Wasteland. They referenced RepCon. All of these things only ever came to our knowledge because of the events of Fallout New Vegas. New Vegas is canon, as it is addressed in the show. They got to get the date right. They got that date wrong. That's the only thing. Cliff Sains says, wishful thinking that it may still be up somewhere, someplace, lol. Grateful for your craft and the talents you share with us, Ox. Thank you, Cliff Sains. Again, sorry if you missed it, but I'm glad you're here today. Julian Z says, Ox, will you watch/cover season 2? Or are you less enthused now with the direction of the show? Oh yeah, I'll do it. I'm still enthused by the show. I'm just sad. It's weird. It's a weird place to be because I feel grief. And yet, it's not real. If that makes NCR isn't real. I shouldn't feel grief. And yet I kind of do. I've been sort of sad all day. It's a weird place to be. And I recognize this. Like, I'm walking around and go, why are you sad? You know, the NCR they're not real. Why are you sad? Like, I get it. It's not real. But I'm sad to think that that's the canonical ending to the NCR. It's sad. Because we've spent so many years as a fandom building the NCR. Like, it's not like they were just a faction that we helped out once. They're a faction that we were instrumental in building. If not for the original Vault Dweller, the NCR would not exist. And so on and so on. So, Rubberbur says, nerd! Okay, I guess guilty as charged there. Alt Grendel says they did mention iguana bits. They did. Well, they mentioned iguana, and we saw iguana on a stick as well. Tilly gifted 5 Oxhorn memberships. Thank you so much, Tilly, and congratulations to Super Sick, Christina Kirschner, El Rondorio, and Pat Bordeaux, and Vic Whiplash. Christopher Estrada says, my theory is the new capital is Arroyo, Klamath, or Reno fully withdrawing from SoCal. It's a wonderful, interesting theory. Because you're right, the NCR is more than just Shady Sands. Like, it enveloped everything, including New Reno, right? But why would they abandon Shady Sands? Because it's not like Shady Sands was nuked a week ago. or a month ago. It was nuked 20 some odd years ago, and the NCR hasn't been back since, with the exception of a ragtag band of survivors. If the NCR did exist as a functional democracy somewhere else, why would they just abandon Hollywood? Like, just up and leave? Why would they just abandon Shady Sands? It doesn't make sense for that to happen. Okay. Alan Hama says, the issue, in my opinion, if the date was 2287, is that Max will be too young compared to his 29. It looks like he was 19 years rather than 9. Yeah, which is why I said earlier that the clear issue is to change the date that the show takes place in, right? You're making a brand new story set in the Fallout universe. The events of Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 have come and gone, and you're choosing wisely to make your game after all established Fallout lore. What a great choice, showrunner. You're making your game after all established Fallout lore so that no matter what you do, it doesn't conflict with anything that has been done before. But you set your date too close to the date of Fallout 4, which makes it so that your characters are too young if something happens. The answer is to push the date of the show out, right? The answer isn't just to destroy an entire faction or destroy an entire game, making the events of that game impossible. The clear choice is to make your show timeline later because it's your show and you're making it. You're actively inventing it. You have control. You haven't published it yet. You're writing the characters now. You're writing the history now. Don't invalidate Fallout New Vegas. Make the timeline of your show later because you've got all of the future ahead of you that hasn't been written yet. You have all of that future. That's a big space. You could make it 100 years after the events of Fallout 4 and it ultimately doesn't change anything and you don't mess anything up, right? It's so easily avoided is my frustration. And these are really professional people who have made great art. But this was so easy to avoid. It just bothers me. My Big Masshole says, hey, Ox, just joined the chat, so hopefully I missed most spoilers. Watching Fallout after your stream, was kind of hoping you were doing a watch party. I did a watch party last night for over 8 hours, and we got through the entire show. But sadly, I couldn't keep the video on demand online. But here we are answering your questions about what went on. Steven Choza says, most likely the date was a typo. Yeah. But again, for it to escape so many eyes, it defies explanation for so many people to miss that date before publishing the show to Amazon. I agree that it was probably just a mistake. I can't imagine they would do that on purpose had they actually taken the time to consider the ramifications of it. But surely they would have, because I'm an amateur and I considered the ramifications of it live on camera. Surely they, professionals, could have done the same. It just boggles the mind that they wouldn't catch it. Yellow Weeaboo says, you may have talked about it already, but even if we accept the NCR is so crippled, despite how big it was, then what about places like Arroyo, New Reno, and Vault City? Again, yeah, you're right. Like, Shady Sands isn't the entirety of the NCR, despite them treating Shady Sands as such in the show. But they didn't talk about any of that. They pretended that Shady Sands was NCR and that was it, and that there's nothing else. It's just Shady Sands. That's the NCR, and that's the end of it. I mean, even Maximus, when they came upon that billboard that was talking about the seat of the NCR government, he talked about the NCR as a failed civilization. He's like, if it's any consolation, they did fail. And he wasn't just talking about Shady Sands as a city. He was talking about the NCR as a faction, as a government, as a civilization. So... And you'd think that if the NCR did exist in any capacity elsewhere, like in Arroyo or New Reno or Vault City that they'd probably take umbrage to local sheriffs in Hollywood pretending to be the government and, eating all of the food, right? Like, you'd think they would do something about that. There's just a lot that needs to be explained. Vic Whiplash gifted 5 Oxhorn memberships to the community. Thank you, Vic Whiplash. Congratulations to Jay DiCarlo, Shane Gibbons, Dean Sandstorm, No Vanity, and DEFCON. Alt Grendel says, time, Oxhorn, is it? Okay, well, you guys got me ranting and raving over here, and you're right, it is time. Let me see if I can get through the comments that I've missed so far. Robert Cicerima says, thanks for the all-nighter. Looking forward to the next marathon of Ox. Are you now? Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. That's great. I don't know if I'm going to have very many more of those, because that was a long night. It was a great night, but it was a long night. Average Zombie says, here's the small spoiler. I laughed so hard when that guy got shot with the arrow in the neck and the flowing bit when he realized the truth. Yeah, he's just sitting there like, why am I still alive? I should be dead. Oh no, am I a ghoul? Yeah, that was great. Osanando says, my only theory is that the NCR doesn't have nukes like Vault-Tec does and abandoned Shady Sands because they don't want to bring a gun to a nuke fight. Well, yeah, but with that logic, why live anywhere, right? Because the entire continental United States has been devastated by nuclear war already. So if you've made an enemy of somebody who has nukes, where are you going to hide exactly? If the entire country has been destroyed by nuclear warfare, where will you hide? It's not like the NCR can hop on a ship to Antarctica, right? It's sort of like, if your enemy has nukes, you're done. Sort of thing. Yeah, that's the way it is. So, yeah, maybe, but I don't buy it. EWC Renegade says, what are your thoughts on them saying Vault-Tec? And here's the spoiler, everybody. If you haven't watched already, this is like the ultimate spoiler for the show. What are your thoughts on them saying Vault-Tec dropped the bombs instead of China? I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed because it doesn't make any sense. We were talking about this yesterday. I'm also disappointed because it's expected, because it's been a fan theory for years. And as was mentioned earlier in the broadcast, it was actually the ending of the canceled Fallout movie, right? So it's been something that the community has talked about for a very long time as a clear option for what happened. And I'm sad that it's now the canonical ending. First of all, that they even did that. They could have told a story, I think, without telling us who dropped the bombs. Every game since the beginning of Fallout has not told us who dropped the bombs for a reason, because it's kind of a big thing. And they didn't want to be the ones to tell us that. And then the show comes along, and within the first season, they tell us who dropped the bombs. Okay. Thanks for that. But it doesn't make any sense. And I don't know if I really buy the explanation that they ultimately give us. It doesn't make sense for Vault-Tec to drop the bombs on humanity for monetary reasons, because you make your money from people who are beneath you, from poor people who need your services or middle-class people. If you kill all of them, where does your money come from? Nowhere. You're poor. Okay, so they didn't do it for money. They didn't do it for power, right? Because who are you going to rule? You killed everybody. If you're doing it for power and influence, killing everybody that you rule over isn't the way to do it, right? It doesn't make any sense. So what's left? Ideology, which is ultimately the path they went down. They did it for ideological reasons. They did it because they wanted to change the world in a good way, which is kind of outside. It's not really within the character of Vault-Tec. Vault-Tec does insidious experiments without a regard for humanity, because they want to see what the results of those experiments are. They don't care about humanity. That's been their character from the beginning. But now we're expected to believe that they actually have the best of intentions and they nuked the world to save us all from ourselves? Because the reason we have war is because there are too many different factions, and so the only solution is to make one faction by destroying all of the others? Really? That's why you did it, Vault-Tec. It's Vault-Tec that chose to do this. I mean, it's Ulysses all over again. It's begin again. This is Ulysses' argument from Lonesome Road, that there's no hope in the bear or the bull. They're too spread out. They've made their mistakes. It's time to begin again. And we talked about the fatal flaw in that logic back when I did my series on the Lonesome Road DLC. It presumes that whatever climbs from the ashes of the bear and the bull will be different and perfect. But it never is. Humans are messy. Humanity is messy. Humanity is and will always be far from perfect, as will whatever factions they create. The United States was destroyed, and out of it came factions, the Enclave, the Bear, and the Bull, and many of them were destroyed, and out of those ashes came other factions, and none of them are perfect. Vault-Tec destroys humanity because they want to be the only faction left, because within their flawed reasoning, they think they can actually control their faction that way and make humanity better with no wars. But as we've seen from the nature of the vaults, that's not what happened, right? They couldn't even control their own vaults, which is evidenced by all of the failed vaults that they ultimately did nothing about, which is evidenced by Vault 8, which turned into Vault City, which kind of they forgot about, right? It was a successful control vault that they never really did anything with. They're not communicating with anybody because they're focused on the triangle of Vault 31, 32, and 33. They kind of just wanted to focus there. They made all of the other vaults to make all of the other corporations happy or whatever, but they wanted to focus on those three, and they didn't really care what happened elsewhere. I don't know if I buy it. It's okay. It's sort of a weaselly little explanation there that I'm not sure I fully buy. Changed One says, missed the Q&A for the spoilers. Was the show good? Yes, it was good. It was far from perfect. It brought up some really troubling problems, but they also did many, many things right. It was good. KT says, Todd Howard said no to a few ideas for the show because it was getting too close to Fallout 5. Any ideas of what it could have been regarding this context? No, I would just be spitballing. I would be, shooting in the dark. I know what I would love to see, but the thing is, what I would love to see is inevitably the opposite of what ends up happening. I didn't want to see a story take place on the West Coast where we've already seen stories take place. I wanted to see a story take place somewhere else, and I didn't get that. I wanted to see factions that we've never seen before, and I didn't get that. The only thing I got is that I wanted it to take place after the last game, so that it was set within a new, they could have freedom to not make the mistakes they made. Anyway, Man of Warb says, does the presence of Maxon imply that any Fallout 4 ending in which the Brotherhood is destroyed is non-canon? Maxon doesn't appear in the show. The Pridwen doesn't appear in the show. The airship that we see is called the Caswanon. It's not the Pridwen. So Maxon, Elder Maxon, Arthur Maxon, is not seen in the show. However, the power of the West Coast Elders does imply that they got something from the East. It's really the only explanation I can think of for why the West Coast is as powerful as it is. Because as we've already talked about ad nauseum, Fallout 2 shows us that the Brotherhood actually got weaker after the events of Fallout 1. And after Fallout 2, the Brotherhood had to send troops and soldiers east the first time for the events of Fallout Tactics. They had to send troops and soldiers east a second time for the events of Fallout 3. They had to send troops and soldiers east to the Mojave Wasteland for the events of Fallout New Vegas. That's a lot of Brotherhood life and strength and technology that is moving away from California to prop up other locations. And yet they're still really, really, really strong for the show. So the only way that could be is if Arthur Maxon succeeded, I think, during the events of Fallout 4 and sent much of the loot that he gained west. That would explain it. Okay, Tilly says, I still think one of the worst parts of the show was that Lucy ate yum yum deviled eggs. I know, when I saw that, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, the one pre-war food, the one boxed food. You had fancy lad snack cakes. You had sugar bombs. What are you eating? You're eating the yum deviled eggs. And this was before she was even starving. This was like she was fresh out of the vault. She's going through her pack. She's like, what do I eat today? 200-year-old deviled eggs. There we go. Ugh. Laura says, where do you suppose Fallout 3's Desmond Lockhart is during the TV show time period? Part of the big game. Also, no notification on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter. Sorry about that, Laura. Very surprised you didn't get a notification on YouTube, at least. But that's a great question. I'd love to know more about where Desmond was. But there was the other guy was part of the great game. The brain guy was really part of the great game. Desmond chose the ghoul path to participate in that game. But yeah, it would be really interesting to see where he was. But I suppose, they never want to tell us what happens to characters whose fates are up to us during canonical games. Stephen Choza says, I presume Maximus only assumes the NCR is gone because he wouldn't know otherwise. He probably assumes the other cities were wiped out. Maybe, but it's the NCR, right? And he's Brotherhood. So you'd think that if there was any faction who would know whether or not the NCR was a viable threat in the Wasteland, it would be the Brotherhood who has fought them. Remember, the Brotherhood and the NCR are not buddies. They already fought multiple wars. The Brotherhood lost to the NCR at Helios 1. Like, they're not friends. And yet, the Brotherhood doesn't seem to be worried about the NCR in the show at all. And it's because the NCR is gone thanks to Vault-Tec. If the NCR did continue to exist in places like New Reno and Arroyo, you'd think the Brotherhood would talk about it, would be wary about them, would have a plan for them, or would be waging war against them to steal their technology because that's what the Brotherhood does. But they don't even mention them. Which makes me think they must not exist. Okay, let's get the game going here. 18 minutes into... Sorry about that, everybody. But I love the interactions. So many questions today. Adam M. gifted 5 Oxhorn memberships to the community. Thank you, Adam M. And congratulations to Hentai Spider. That one unknown guy, the what guy, that one what guy? Okay, Deceptive Gamer, Chemo Sabi, and Nora Soul Shield. Clell Big says, why was the ghoul's daughter with him when the bombs fell? Her mom would have known and had her with her. I don't think Vault-Tec dropped them directly. You raise a great point, actually. You raise a great point, unless she was somehow betrayed. Like, the reason that she was even working with Vault-Tec to begin with is because she wanted to save her family. She thought that by being there in that inner circle, she could at least get one of the good vaults for her family, which was really interesting. She knew, and she didn't tell her husband, right? She knew what the vaults were there for, and that there were some good ones and some bad ones. And she wanted to get her family into one of the good ones. But then, for her daughter to be in danger when the bombs drop, either she didn't have as much power and influence over Vault-Tec as she thought she did, or maybe there was some sort of divorce/legal dispute that made it impossible for her to have her daughter. It's a great question, and we're going to learn more about that in Season 2. I'm a little sad that we didn't learn more about the ghoul's backstory. I mean, they showed us a lot about his backstory, so I guess I can't say that, but I kind of want to learn more. I want to learn more about the ghoul's backstory before the war. He's a really fascinating character. Wyoming Homesteader says Oxhorn Vault-Tec dropped the bombs. The Yang C-31 is a Chinese sub, fired its missiles on October 23rd, 2077. So Vault-Tec is China. How does that work? No, so Vault-Tec, so this is what mutually assured destruction is all about. America shoots bombs at China, and then China responds by shooting bombs at America, and vice versa. It was mutually assured destruction. So that's the whole question about who shot first. It's no question that China nuked America. Of course, China nuked America, but we needed to know who was responsible for shooting first, who was responsible for the Great War. So China already had submarines that were patrolling the coasts of the United States of America. They likely launched their nukes at American soil once they thought America had launched their nukes at Chinese soil. It was probably Vault-Tec who, as we've learned, launched the nukes both on America and China, triggering the Great War of 2077. Timberjack says, hi Ox, is the stream going to be spoiler free once the game starts? Don't want to keep muting. Ha ha ha, play on, good sir. You're right. I did promise there would be a spoiler free part of the program. I'm sorry, everybody. You guys keep asking questions and I love talking about it. But I'm going to go ahead and stop talking about the Fallout show now. We're going to get back to the game. Okay. This is the problem with waiting a week between broadcasts. I don't remember what we were doing. What? Minute? Me? Okay. Later. Okay. Thank you. Obsolete items have been archived. Oh, okay.
The empty room always felt familiar. It had a mild fragrance of crushed leaves and wet sand that somehow convinced visitors that they belonged. It wasn't real, of course, but it was more real than many other things you could find.
Okay, I remember now. We were winding our way through the other rooms that we have not cleared yet. We are in the sitting room now. We need to clear it. We need to clear Grace's room. And then we need to go downstairs to Dr. Gray's office. And we can't get into the food cellar. Wait, did we try the door by the servants' stairs? I think we did, and we couldn't get there. I should probably try that again. But first, let's explore this room. Oh, okay. Right, we need to do that, but we need a puzzle piece for that. And we haven't found the puzzle piece yet. So, we need Grace's room. Okay, another puzzle. Oh, I see. Well, do I really have to move them all to see what's under them? There we go. Ah. Wait, no. Oh, there is one on this one. Well, we know this is there.
Huh? What?
Couch. Lamp. All right, where was that? Lamp. John M says they forgot Chinese power armor in the show. Oh man, don't get me started. Why they always gotta have the opening doors like that? All right, so we need to find a room with a couch and a couple of lamps in order to presumably get the puzzle piece. Let's take a look at the map. Is this marked off? It is. So, sitting room we go. What? Oh, this is different. Oh, this is different.
This looks familiar. How am I back at the office? Jeremy's never been here.
There's a body outline at the desk. Edward Carnby, private investigator. Writing desk key.
That's me, isn't it?
How long had it been since I drowned myself in drink and depression? It had all felt so peaceful, slipping away into oblivion. A welcoming, dark voice wrapped around my mind like a heavy blanket. It turned off suddenly as I woke up from the sound of my office door closing shut. A messenger had left a telegram from Mrs. Saunders. She had a lead on where to find her husband and her kidnapped daughter.
It's trying to get all film noir now. Oh, and I missed it. Doggone it, I was looking at the door and I missed it.
God, I used to drink so much back then. When was this exactly? What case was I working?
Back then, you literally drink to heal yourself. You're an alcoholic, dude. He drank too much back then. Wow, okay. Carnby's case. Telegram. A telegram from Gabriella Saunders sent December 25th, 1928. My husband has returned to steal one of our most valuable paintings. I'm sure he means to sell it. If you hurry, I'm sure you can track him down. Gabriella Saunders. How was that? Was that a good voice? Newspaper clippings. A crumbled newspaper clipping from December 23rd, 1928. Philanthropist Teddy Saunders goes mad, kidnaps child. So he kidnaps a kid, presumably his own, and is going to come back and steal some paintings. Hello. Photograph, key item. There he is. That's Mr. Saunders. Let's piece together this clue. Mrs. Saunders says her husband has stolen a painting and means to sell it. Headline, The Little Toy Shop Burglarized. Photograph of the kidnapper. There we go. That's correct. Theodore Saunders. Basin Street Portraits. Check out Thornhill. I feel like we're missing something.
I think I need to figure out where I'm going first.
Or maybe not. So we can't move them on the board. We can only turn them over. Check out Thornhill. Basin Street Portraits.
I remember this case. Some kid got taken by her father, headed out of state, but he had made a mistake by selling a painting that his wife actually cared about to a collector named Thornhill to fund his venture. That's how I tracked him down. At least I think so.
Interesting. And we follow the thread. Osanando says there was a conversation in episode 1 between two guys. One guy looks at Cooper and asks, "Why is Cooper Howard working at a kid's birthday party?" To which the other guy responds, "What else? Alimony," implying a divorce. Yeah, not only implying a divorce, but implying a fall from... We can't talk about it, guys. We can't. I promised chat that we would not do spoilers. We can't talk about it now. Okay.
Can't go that way.
Well, there's Thornhill's Fine Art Gallery. Ooh, bit of clipping. Oh, I shouldn't be able to do that. I shouldn't be able to do that. And yet I can. Am I going to break my game? Oh, no, I shouldn't be here. I can climb this? Oh, I'm messing everything up. I'm messing it all up. Okay, I better stop before I screw up everything. Let's go back through the car. Watch, the car will be gone once we complete this portion of Thornhill's quest.
Thornhill wasn't a bad man, but he had principles keeping him from handing out information about his deals. So it needed some convincing.
Yeah, wise guy,
every case
huh?
can't be squeaky clean.
So you don't want to talk, eh? Think I can make you squeal. Full of shotgun shells. Oh. Guess I better use them. Clell Big says, "You doity riot. You killed my brother." Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, that's exactly what he's going through right now. Oh, this isn't the same room.
Mr. Saunders had sold a valuable painting to Thornhill, hoping the money would carry him to wherever he was going. The painting, now leaning on an easel in Thornhill's bedroom, had a certain mesmerizing gloom that seemed to call out to me, telling me I was needed for something important. I felt myself falling into the painting, only being brought back by Thornhill, thrusting an address to a Hotel St. George into my hand and asking me to get the hell out.
I don't remember this at all, but I can't say it didn't happen.
Go to St. Are you stuck? Are you stuck on the environment? Oh yeah, you're stuck. You can't do anything. Hi. Yeah, you're stuck, aren't you? He can spit! God! God! Wow, that was a bullet sponge. Jeez. What the heck, man? Well, I wasted way too much ammo on that one enemy. He got stuck in the wall, and I think the wall was partially absorbing my shots. Okay, will the car be gone? No, it's still there. Wow, they really should have play tested this game. It's not the first time something like this has happened. God, I wasted so much ammo on that one guy in the room. Oh, that guy goes down in 2 hits. God. Deathica says, thank you for the watch party. I knew you couldn't stop. You're welcome, Deathica. Thank you for watching.
I'm all out of bullets.
Well, I've got 2 shells left.
I can't go that way.
Oh, really? Okay. At least I got some reward from that. Ammo in the trash, says chat. Oh, yeah. You're right. Thank you. Oh, he is done. I exploderated him. I looted it through the bus. Oh, and I gotta creep forward so slowly. You know they're gonna have something jump me in here, you know it. God, this camera blur is awful. Can't see a thing. Well, that sucked. See if there was any loot that I missed. Yeah. Okay, the cord is going that way, so let's go this way.
I can't go that way.
But I wanna. Oh. This is gonna be blocked to us. Candlestick, Laganape. No, it's a weapon. Yes. I'm gonna exchange my axe for a candlestick. Nope. Gotta go around. Jean Lafitte. Je suis une mer, un monstre marin.
On my way to the hotel, the Morton gang caught up with me. I owed them money, a lot of it. I can't remember what for. Probably some dumb gambling debt growing in size for each payment missed. I punched one of them out, and I sent the others packing. It was a stupid move. They'd be back. Great rumors.
Okay. Scary music off. See if we can find any lag naps or laganapes or whatever they're called. Lane gaps? New melee weapon. Gianna says, missed a couple of super chats. I'm so sorry. Let me scroll up there. There we go. Gianna says, hey, Oxen fam. My name change is finally set in stone. I have been binge watching the Fallout TV show. What are your thoughts? Gianna, it's good to have you here. I encourage you to scroll back to the beginning of my broadcast today. I talked about the Fallout show in depth during the first hour or so of the broadcast, and I promised the chat that I wouldn't have any more show-related spoilers during the gameplay. So check that out for more. Fox Wolf says, hey man, thanks for the videos. You're the reason my dad and I got into the Fallout universe. Thanks for the good times. You're welcome, Fox Wolf. Thank you for watching. Sarah says, saw this 2277 bomb. Could mean any time after 2277. But why? Like, what's the point of writing that particular number? They could have written 2276 or 2278. Why 2277? I mean, it's equally true that it's anytime after 1776 as well. Why didn't they write that? Right? Wow, some bushes I can go over, others I can't. Yes, give me back all those bullets, please. Yeah, shotgun shells. All right. At least they're not being stingy with the ammo. Curious napkin, a lagnape. That's one of 3 from All the World's a Stage. Hotel bill. A hotel bill dated 21 of December through 25th, 1928. Mr. Ted Stryker, single room, dinner, and 1 telegram. It's 5 rooms.
I found it. In the hotel ledger, I recognized the handwriting of the signature, Ted Stryker. It was him. I could feel it. It was the kidnapper I was hunting. I put on my knuckles and hurried up to his room.
Oh, you were gonna brass knuckle your way through this. All right.
Something about that name, Ted Stryker, rings a bell. Feels vaguely familiar.
Oh, we go up and up. Okay, there it is. See if there's anything over here. Nope. Business card, key item, Thornhill. Fine Art Gallery, David Thornhill.
I recognize this room, but I didn't catch up with them here. I must have followed them. But where?
Find out where the kidnapper went. Telephone directory, DeWitt Boarding School. Tallahassee, Florida. Okay. No. 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 So we've got the Hotel St. George up by Hotel St. George. We've got Thornhills up by Thornhills. We've got Tallahassee, Florida by Tallahassee, Florida. How is that not right? Am I missing something? Select document. Oh. $350 for the Kingsport painting. DeWitt. Contact Mrs. Robin, $300 a year.
That's right, he was running away, ditching his old life and marriage in New Orleans to find something better in Tallahassee. And he took his daughter with him against the will of the mother. That's why she hired me. But I stopped him. I caught up with him at the Pearl River Bridge.
Sarah says, had a blast though. Worth the sleep deprivation. Thank you. Mr. Red says, I want to correct some stuff in some of your old Fallout New Vegas videos. Number 1. The Suave Gambler hat on female, women, you mean? Is that of Ms. Fortune. Right, okay. Number 2. The Enclave Remnant armor won't make you hostile to the NCR. And number 3, same goes for the Brotherhood of Steel T-45 suit. Right. Thank you for the corrections, Mr. Red.
Pearl River. This is where I caught up with them. This is what the Dark Man wanted me to revisit. But I'm still not seeing it. What am I forgetting?
I mean, the thread goes out here into the water and ends. But this is the only path forward. Tallahassee, Florida. Oh, yeah. Give me that axe back. Is that Grace? Oh, that must be the kid. The child that was kidnapped. A profane totem, Lagnate. 2 of 3 from A Goat Without Horns. I mean, it's so predictable now. As soon as you loot something or open a door, they spawn a guy behind you. The same jump scare only works once. Oh, that's a lot of birds. Oh, that's a lot of birds. All right, that ladder is out. Clearly we need to go down there. There's a path over there as well, which advances the plot. probably this. So let's go talk with the kid.
Oh no. It was her all along. I can't believe I didn't recognize you.
I looked a little different back then, I suppose.
Was any of this real?
How do you mean?
This day, just... so much is happening. I can't... I think I've lost my head. Do you need me to apologize? I mean... I am sorry. I don't think I need to begin to explain. You're just a kid, Grace. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for it to happen.
Lies. More lies.
No, really. I thought I was being a good guy by handing you over to your mother. I didn't know. I couldn't have known that she wouldn't care about you.
I don't know how this works. What is this for?
Some form of admission of guilt. Maybe acceptance. It's what the Dark Man wants.
I guess we just watched my father die again then.
You think he's alive?
I know he is. He's down there, scared that he won't be able to get out. That he will drown with his daughter again.
What are you saying? We gotta save him!
We? Do it yourself. I'm down there with him, remember?
Oh, so that was the point of no return. Oh, great.
Can I really save them? This all happened so long ago. I have to find a way to get down there.
Well,
I have to see it with my own eyes.
okay. He's
There was
literally.
a boat at the house where I entered. If I can raise the bridge, I should be able to get to the car.
Okay.
There must be a way to save you both, right? Why else would I be here?
Maybe the Dark Man just likes it when you suffer.
Avero says, "Hey Ox, got all my kids tonight. Can you please say hi to Ella, Mars, Jace, and Ezra? We have all been watching you for so long. Play on, good sir." Thank you, Avero, and hello to Mace, Ella, Jace, and Ezra. Mars, as Ella, Jace, and Ezra. Good to have you on the program today with Avero. So glad you're all here watching me together today. Hopefully this won't be too scary. It's kind of a scary show. Well, hopefully it won't be too bad. All right, we need to raise the bridge.
I can't go that way.
And we've got a couple of options. We should probably come to the bridge last. We've got a couple of huts off the beaten path. It's just a melee weapon. Alright, so it's not this hut. Something in the woods over there. Can't get to it from here. Let's try that other hut that we saw down there. That's right. This looks like a point of no return, though. Alright, just in case, I'm gonna climb the bridge and see if there's anything up here to loot, and then we will go down there, because it looks like a point of no return.
This must be where the bridge is operated.
Okay, that's where the bridge is operated, but I need to turn it on by going to the control house first to reestablish power. Hey, what's up here? Pilot the boat by the house to the sinking car. Right. But I didn't raise the bridge yet. Why did it cross that off? Oh. Oh my God. Right. Okay. Well, in an effort to explore everything and not miss a single detail, I kind of did things out of order here. So let's go raise the bridge and then come back to the boat.
Like something's holding it back.
Right. Okay. Okay, that's creepy. Now I can't go this way? Really? Wow, it's making me go all the way back now. I can't go back this way either.
Should be able to pilot the boat. God! Okay, there we go. Derek May says, wow, okay, well, I got cornered. Derek May says, Ox, I loved the first Fallout season. Not what I expected. I hope we get your opinion on full season 2 soon. Thank you. Love the Fallout videos. Thank you, Derek May. I will have a full opinion in the coming days and weeks. Timberjack says, remind me to never use Oxhorn rescue services. I take my time, you know. They can, you know, dog paddle until I get back. Captain Sleebeard with a super tip. Thank you so much, Captain Sleebeard. That works. Run away. There we go. Coming as fast as I can. I really hustled here. I'm gonna save you both.
Are you okay?
Don't leave me alone.
What the hell have you been doing?
What's going on here? Look at this mess!
I'm sorry, Mrs. Thompson.
Don't make me kick you out of this house. Now get out!
Fell asleep in the bathtub. Had a nightmare about bridges and tentacles.
Hey, Detective. Mr. Carnby. I'm really worried about you.
I'm okay. I just need to catch my breath for a moment.
This place? It's... There are some very disturbed figures around here. And I don't think it's just the patients. I've been reading some things about how Derceto has a deranging effect on people. I think it might explain... things.
What?
Just take it easy, okay? I'm gonna go find a way into Dr. Gray's apartment. I want to know what he's hiding.
Emily, don't worry. I think I'm close. I'm gonna set everything right.
You're covered in
Just
blood.
be careful.
Okay. Well, did we solve anything there? I think, yeah, we still need the puzzle piece for the sitting room. Derek May says, one more question. Are you ever going to do the Outworlds like you did the Fallout videos? Like episodes or not enough hours of content of Outer Worlds? No, I probably won't do the Outer Worlds much like I did my Fallout series. Mainly because, you know, the Outer Worlds was a fun game, but it was also a bit forgettable. I'm looking forward to a sequel. I'd love to explore that universe again. I hope they come out with more, but there really wasn't enough about it that grabbed me. Like it wasn't innovative enough in terms of storytelling. That said, it was a good time. It kind of felt like a roller coaster or, you know, an amusement park. You go, you enjoy your time there, but I didn't want to keep revisiting that universe, you know? Gianna says, I missed my last one, so here it is. What do you get when you cross a glowing one with pre-war tech? A radiation king. I'm off. Night all. Thank you, Gianna. Sorry I missed your previous one. I appreciate it. Okay, so we still need the puzzle piece that completes the globe.
There's something missing.
For this one. And then aside from the doctor's room, we've got the cellar downstairs. And we can't get into Dr. Gray's apartment from here, so I say we go to the gallery, we go downstairs to the stairwell, and then, we can't get there from the piazza. So we'd have to take the servant stairs down, but then the dining room is blocked to us there. We'd have to continue downstairs to get to the bottom. All right, so we need to go up to the servant stairs.
I'm not going in there. She's clearly had enough of me.
What? All right, she's in the water closet. Whoops, I ran the wrong way. Down one. Oh, man. Down two. Oh, man. So we can't complete the cellar. There is no staircase that allows us in there but through the boiler room, but that's locked, so we can't get down to the food and wine cellar. Okay, and we can't get through the piazza, so we got to go back up there, through there, and then down through the gallery to get to the treatment room. Captainsley Beard says, "Hey Ox, did you know Magic the Gathering collaborated with Bethesda to release a Fallout-themed cards?" I did know that. Yeah, that's exciting. I'm not a big Magic the Gathering fan, but that's awesome for those who are. Derek May became a Bronze Ox. Thank you, Derek. All right, this room is not cleared. Treatment room. The Flying Dutchman, Lagnap. That's 3 of 3 from When It Makes You Worse. We unlocked some forbidden knowledge. Let's show the set bonus.
What a terrible thing to recognize that your betterment was an illusion. That you are so infatuated by the virtue of struggling that despite all your hard work, you made no real efforts to ever become well. Or that the treatment becomes such an obsession that instead of letting your wounds heal over time, you tear at the flesh in the hope that it will heal better and faster. If only it would bleed in the way you wanted. Do we ever become well? What do you think, Dr. Gray?
And we're clear. Before we go to Dr. Gray's office, let's go into the clerk's office.
There must be a spare key to Dr. Gray's office in here somewhere.
What was it again?
I don't have
914?
a combination for this. But maybe Jeremy did.
We solved that. We solved that. We solved that. 358? But we already used that in a previous one. All right, so 914 was it, or 941 from last week? 914.
It worked.
Oh. Okay, well, that was it. That was the number that was drawn on the wall during the vision. I didn't take notes of it. I just happened to memorize it. The empty room clue from
The last guest in the empty room suffered from severe maladaptation. I must write this down, because if I understand the condition sufficiently, it could make me deny this fact at a later date, and there is reason for me to think I may come to suffer the consequences from this dysfunction, as some who came in contact with the guest seemed to adopt a new worldview in which everything was predetermined but broken. Upon accepting this worldview, some memories became unmanageable and later rejected. I do not know what this means. I cannot even remember the fate of the guest. I think they were simply misplaced one day and forgotten. Just like all documents pertaining to this guest, they have all been destroyed, or they never existed in the first place. Who wrote this? There has never been a guest in the empty room.
Dr. Gray's office, all to myself. Let's see if we can figure this guy out.
Cassandra's things.
I have finished tidying up Miss Beauregard's belongings. I will leave it to you to contact her agent and have them collect her things. I found one of Grace's drawings she might want back, along with this key in her room, which I believe you've been looking for. Mrs. Thompson.
Key item, the puzzle piece. France. McCaffrey's pirate treasure.
This is where McCarthy has hidden my favorite young. It's very important.
My favorite young? Hidden my favorite young? What?
This is where McCarthy has hidden my favorite young. It's very important.
My favorite yum or young? Still, both really creepy. Stairwell key. Jeremy's treatment.
Dearest Dr. Manzetti, I find myself in a losing battle with my patient. As I've disclosed in my previous letter, his delusions have him completely captured. It's bad enough that he is torturing himself with paranoia, but his madness turns out to be quite persuasive to others, effectively laying the ground for mass delusion. I am writing to you in hope that you can give me some guidance. Beyond my ambition to avoid devastating surgery on my patient, I have grown worried about my own defenses. The words of my patient are deranged, yet they often resonate with something primitive within me. I have tried photographing his brain with X-rays. It was surprisingly difficult to get good results. Dark blotches on the plates kept obscuring all details. My patient looked at the bad plates and cried out in terror, telling me the dark areas was the shadow of the worm, eating him from inside.
Okay.
I could not see anything out of the ordinary. I hope this is a sign that my mind is not as receptive to the madness as I had feared. After further inquiry, my patient described the shadows inside his mind as some kind of chthonic monstrosity that wants to undermine his sanctuary. This is clearly a reference to a place he calls Teroea, a sort of library or convent that works as a psychological haven. With this imaginary haven threatened by this Chthonian, he has now constructed another, less pleasant hiding spot. Lately, he has been bringing up a metaphor of a steamboat that has run aground, that he feels like he needs to start the engines and reverse, but he is afraid that the hole in the hull would cause the whole ship to sink. I've been watching him turn this metaphor into reality for the last week. He knows it's made up, but he is doubling down, trying to make it a real memory. I feel certain that this is my chance to break through the barriers of his self-deceit.
So Lovecraftian? Chthonic? I forgot something in the clerk's office. There's a puzzle in there. What? I opened the safe. Is it a puzzle I don't yet have access to? It has something to do with these. And yet I can't interact with it. All right. Okay, where's the globe? It's in the sitting room. Map of the Caribbean, a Lagnape. 2 of 3 of the Pirates of Pontchartrain. And that's it, it was just a Lagnape. Okay. But there's still something in this room. It's not blue yet. Well, okay, maybe it'll unlock to me later, but we did get the stairwell keys, so that's going to be our next location. We got to go out of the sitting room and up through here back to the servants' stairs.
It's blocked.
Okay, I have the key. Stairwell key. I have the key. Well, I mean, Dr. Gray's apartment is still grayed out to me, presumably because I can't gain admittance yet. I could go and try it. I was just in the clerk's office, and I couldn't find anything else in there. I solved the safe, and I got the puzzle piece. I was in the sitting room, and I opened the globe with the puzzle piece, but that didn't clear the room. And I can't get to the food and wine cellar to explore the laboratory and the infirmary because the stairwell is blocked. Maybe I need to go a different way. Maybe I need to go through the kitchen. All right, let's take the servants' stairs. Oh, I need to go to the attic. There's still something in the attic. I could go through the grand parlor, and I could go down from the stairwell in the grand parlor. All right, so let's go all the way up to Dr. Gray's apartment. Try that. If that doesn't work, we go into... we got to take the stairs all the way through there into the mezzanine.
I think Dr. Gray might be in there. Perfect time to snoop around his office then.
Okay, but that's going to be blocked to me. If I try to go into the mezzanine from there, that's locked. So either I go back to the gallery because I can't get through the piazza. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back to the gallery, downstairs. Oh, dear God. And then through the grand parlor. Oh, and it opened on its own.
Can't take this much more. This has to end.
Of course it did. Well, I gotta take the stairwell. And it says there's nothing more in this room that I need to get. Just playing the piano. Jangling Shaker. Lagnape. 3 of 3 from A Goat Without Horns. Let's see the bonus text.
Edward had heard the whispers for years. When he lived in Brooklyn, it was only on rare occasions, like when he as a child climbed that tall tree in Central Park, or when he almost drowned in the Hudson River, trying to save his despaired mother. The whispers became more common as he moved to New Orleans, but still rare enough to be ignored. Now as he walks the halls of Darceto, he knows what is calling him. He doesn't want to admit it, but the dark young in the conservatory is telling him to sacrifice the Cabris and corn.
Leave an offering at the Whispering Tree. Oh, okay. Can we get there from here? Or is it locked? That's in the conservatory. We can't get there from the piazza or the dining room. Can we get there from... Nope. Blocked, blocked, blocked. We could get... Nope, that's blocked. Blocked, blocked, blocked. All right, so we can't do that now. Well, let's try the stairwell. Ah! Why did it have to slam? That stairwell key. The Holy Trio Gak with a super tip. Thank you, the Holy Trio Gak. Well, this will eventually take us to where we need to go. It's going to take us a roundabout way that I didn't anticipate. Yeah, instead of going through... Well, no, it actually doesn't lead to the food and wine cellar. That's still locked to us. So we have to go through the infirmary, surgery, quarantine, laboratory. And then where does that staircase go? Brilliant. Just what I always wanted. Ew. Scapegoat Lagnape. 3 of 3 from Unspeakable Cults.
Derceto stands on a breeding ground for the grotesque. A temple devoted to rebellious growth. The most ugly and cancerous side of nature. You may be able to shield your psyche for a while, but rest assured your soul will come to pray to that hideous god in time. That is the story of every man and woman who gather around that ancient arbor. They all croak, bark, and bleat because their own bodies are afraid and they wish to repel the evil those words conjure. Ia! Ia! Instead of that blasphemous name, they gossip in hushed whispers the name of Derceto, Astarte, and the Black Goat of the Woods.
Yeah! Yeah!
I need the key.
Oh. Don't like it. What's my flashlight? There it is. Radiography notes.
Radiography. Patient Jeremy Hartwood. Date June 14, 1930. Plates. Jeremy's skull proved difficult to capture properly. Partial radiographs worked best. A complete picture of the brain can be assembled by piecing 3 plates together. Observations. Even when looking at an assembled version, a shadow covers significant parts of Jeremy's brain. Possible tumor, but more likely that the equipment is failing. Jeremy reacted strongly to the pictures and claimed to see a giant clay worm eating and displacing his memories. Notes. While this exercise has left me nowhere closer to an answer, I feel confident that a Burkhart lobotomy should sever all necessary parts.
Lobotomy! Oh, that's a bit strong. If all else fails.
Hypothetical psychosurgery based on the ideas by Burkhart and the St. Petersburg research could end up saving Jeremy's mind.
Ew.
Severing the connections around the frontal lobe would certainly solve most mental afflictions.
A little hammer.
The procedure would be brutal in performance, as well as in efficiency. An ice pick pushed through the edge of the eye and into the skull would untether the nerves like Alexander cutting the Gordian knot. As this would likely leave Jeremy in a very different condition, all other paths should first be explored. The medical instrument I would need for this lobotomy is missing, and I should have Waits order a new one.
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't live in a time where this kind of surgery was performed. The Holy Trio Gak says, I want more of the Fallout show. I'm on the last episode. I'm so upset there's no more. Yeah, I mean, you and me both. When we watched this live last night, everybody was waiting for more. And I'm eager for season 2. Electric fuse. A spare fuse can help regulate electrical power when inserted into a fuse box. Surgery room key. Radiograph number 2, key item. Partial capture of a brain grimed by unsettling darkness. We need one more. Radiograph number 1. Got the fuse.
Don't mind if I do.
So was that a recording of the lobotomy? Did they actually perform it?
That's better.
What? So we need to match them. This is weird. Oh, Jeremy's Darkness, a key item. A broken piece of burned clay. Its size suggests it being a part of a statue. Okay, well, what if I want to explore those other rooms? I can't go back into surgery? What? Did I lock myself out? Okay, there's still something in this room I need to get. But I can no longer interact with that. And I can no longer interact with that. Well, perhaps it all shall be revealed as I try to exit.
Why does this keep happening? What am I supposed to do?
Okay. Guess we go here first.
And we're back here. Well, perfect time to have a look around this place.
Well, at least we can go to the attic now, but we didn't get a chance to clear the surgery, the room that we were in. There's something on the stairwell still, and the laboratory, and we never got into that far right room. Still a lot to explore down there, but I guess they're just gonna open things up to us, pardon me, in their own sweet time. Oh, a noose. Great. Don't think I want to use the noose. Not that I could. Tessellated shard. Lagnape. That's 2 of 3 of Prisoner of Ice. It says Jeremy. Ah. Oh, God. Jeremy's darkness. God. More puzzles! Yay! Well, what? I don't remember a code.
What is that?
It's booze. Oh. 149. Or 641. Is it 149 or 641? I guess we'll do 641. Six for one. window and the hole that we explored a moment ago. There's the window. So the first slide is showing us where? The attic. That's the window. Can't interact with that anymore. The second slide is showing us the point of interest. Ah, now. Look at that. The Astro Nerd Boy says, I've got to go to bed, but I'm really looking forward to your review/analysis of the Fallout show. I had a few minor issues, and there were jangling keys, but on the whole, I really liked it. On the whole, I really liked it too. I've got some issues, and I'm going to talk about them in upcoming videos.
No, this is where Jeremy's hiding, right?
Hello? Is anyone there?
Jeremy?
I need help!
Wait. Can you hear me?
I'm stuck in the mud and the fire is taking
Jeremy.
me.
Where are you?
The motor is dead. I can't do anything more.
Hang on, Jeremy. I'll figure something out. I'll get the boat running.
Jeremy.
Map is of no use here. So, Jeremy is stuck in the mud and the motor is not running, and I'm stuck again on geometry. Oh my god, this game! I am again stuck on geometry. Just don't touch the walls, please. Oh my god, this game is a mess. This game is an absolute mess. Ah! His Divine Shadow says Ox Laganape is Lanyap, meaning something extra, or to boot. Lanyap. Lanyap, right. Oh, for Pete's sake. Can't even walk. Autosave 903. That's the boat, right? Just in case, I'm gonna save here. And then load my autosave. There we go. April Mast says, can you please put the watch party back up on Twitch, please? I would love to, but I can't. I can't publish the VODs, the video on demand. I was given permission to broadcast it, but I can't put it back up on Twitch. I'm sorry. But I'm grateful to all of you who are there for the broadcast and got to watch it with me. Never fear, we will talk more about it in the coming days. Oh, I'm gonna get caught up on something else here. God! Stupid! What was the thing? There was a thing here that I could have gotten, but it was on the table, and then the thing fell on the thing, and I missed it. Retro Wave says, I love the whole getting stuck mechanic in this game. Adds to the horror. It was intentional. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
The boat's wedged itself right into the bayou. If I get the motor started, I could try reversing back into the river.
Jeremy, where are you?
Broken compass, Lanyap. That's 3 of 3 from Vagabonds.
There are many ways to cross a threshold. The easiest one is being invited. A door swung open, leading you inside. Another is sleep, hypnosis, or even sudden fright. There are those who fold spaces that challenge Mobius, or jump through angles that defy Euclid. If you learn to properly use your talisman, you could go anywhere. You wouldn't even need to rely on the fluttering wings of the shrieking Biakis.
Nothing. Alright, well, this is all blocked. I'm gonna have to find another way. I mean, it's really in there. Are we sure the motor's gonna let us get out? It's really wedged in there. I think this ship is a lost cause. All right, we'll try it. All right, presumably we need to jump down there. Yeah. Before we do, let's go into the cockpit or whatever it's called. Tugboat captain's room. Really? Damn. That was a lot of bullets. Okay, before I go that way, I want to finish exploring this side of the ship. A big box of axes. Nice. Can't go down there. Locked from inside, I guess. And this was the other side that we saw with an axe in there. It's the bathroom.
Looks pretty weak. I just need something to break it.
Okay, that's the way we go. Can't get down there at all. All right. I did not climb back up. Okay, we get to do it again. How is this thing even seaworthy? This is an absolute mess.
This
Power
definitely
generator.
needs fuel.
All right, we need fuel. Empty gas can. Fuel. Dear God. God! Bullet sponges! Well, I just lost my melee weapon. Oh, this is the Carnival of the Animals. I know this song. Oh, that's a lot. Come on. There was one more, right? Come on. I can't control it now? I guess that boat is for later. Most obnoxious things. Absolute bullet sponges, man. I wonder if they can follow me down if I jump down. They want to. They really want to. But they can't. Ah! Well, I thought it was smart. Okay, where do I go? Oh no, man! No! I just wanted to check the door. Oh, what a just mess of a game! What a mess of a game! Ah, come on, man. Oh, this game is just a nuisance. I'm back here? Yeah, okay, says, hey, Ox, sorry I'm late. So many questions about your thoughts on the show. I'm to ask a spoilish question. Do I have to fight all those bugs again? Really? God, I hope I don't. I dedicated the first hour of the program to answering questions about the show, and then I promised viewers that the rest of the gameplay would be spoiler-free. So scroll back to the beginning of the broadcast to check out my thoughts about the show. I think I killed him. I don't think I have to kill him again. Oh, man. That's right, I ran past that guy. I have the same ammo as before. But I still have to kill the guys. Yeah, okay, says, fair enough. Sorry for the previous typo, lol. No worries, my friend. Levartation says, Ox, since you have anosmia, what does alcohol taste like? Is it like a sense of burning? I was thinking back to 2015 or so, where I kept suggesting you try Lagavulin, and you did. And it got me wondering. I don't really taste flavor, so I can't taste the nuances of flavor between the two, but I can sense savories, salts, and sweets, and richness, if that makes it. I can tell if something is rich. I like Kraken rum because it's sweet and it mixes well with Coke, but it's also really rich. It feels heavy. And then I'm not particular on my Scotch. I like a wide range of Scotches because they taste a little kind of salty. It's a weird sensation. It's not really salt, but it tingles many of the same taste buds as salt, if that makes sense. It's like an astringent. I can't taste the flavor of it, but it's still a pleasant drink. Okay, a pallid mask. Looks like I missed that earlier. A lanyap. That's 3 of 3 from the Pirates of Pontchartrain.
The artist spent a lot of time boating on the vast lake Pontchartrain. Poetry, painting, photography. Everything seemed to become better by the shimmering water and the opalescent sky. One night, as the sailors returned to Darceto, they found a masquerade ball taking place. It must have been Perosi and Nora who invited their friends from the theater. The sailors quickly fashioned masks out of plaster of Paris and joined the festivities. They enjoyed themselves for hours before realizing time was not passing, nor could they find their friends. As they began to worry, they demanded that the guests unmasked. But they could not, because they were not wearing any masks.
Dun dun dun! I gotta be careful what side of the wall I accidentally touch or I'm gonna get stuck again. Okay, I'm just gonna assume they're dead. The song is actually really pretty when it's not in a minor key. Google the Carnival of the Animals. It's a pretty song. Levartation says, cool, thanks. Was just curious. Good explanation. You're welcome. Happy to help. Okay, we finally made it to the other side. What else we got? Come on, let me loot it. Yay.
Are you ready to tell me what happened in the attic? I put a rope around my neck, and then I strangled all life from my body. Are you under the impression that you died? Yes. No. I was supposed to die.
What does that mean? That you were supposed to die?
I'm the catalyst. I had to die to make the story happen.
What are you referring to, Jeremy?
30 years ago, Frederic needed
You
me
lost
to
his
die.
hat.
You're not making any sense.
Oh, thank you.
Jeremy. Find your focus.
Hey,
He got his hat
I
back.
cheated everyone. I didn't play my part.
Hey!
I escaped my doom. My destiny.
Again, find
Hey!
your focus.
Hey, I'm right here. What the hell is going on?
Now everything is wrong. Nothing is in
Hey! I'm right here!
Calm down, Mr. Conby. What do you want?
Were you not talking to Jeremy right now?
I haven't seen Jeremy all day. Are you all right, Detective?
No. Actually, I don't think so. Well, maybe. I'm gonna go look for Jeremy.
I'm gonna go
Good.
now.
Let me know if you find him.
How did he get in there? How
That
did we
was
get in
Jeremy's self-deceit, a steamboat stuck in the mud? I'm not gonna pretend I understand any of that. What a bunch of psychoanalytic nonsense.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about the whole game. It's kind of how I feel about the whole game. Right. Well, we're back, I guess. Where are we at? Let's see. There's still something in the clerk's office. Let's double check that. Maybe it's appeared now, and we can actually interact with it. Paid Dr. Gray a visit in his apartment. Oh, now it's locked. They just randomly lock doors. All right, well, can we go outside? Because we got to make an offering.
Jeremy was calling out for help, but Comby couldn't figure out where the voice was coming from. For a moment, Comby wondered if the boat itself was Jeremy, or if he was below it somehow. It didn't matter right now.
Okay, we need to go to the conservatory to leave an offering at the tree, but that's blocked and that's blocked. Can we get to the kitchen and garden? No, that's blocked and that's blocked and that's blocked. Can't do that. All right, so we got to get to Dr. Gray's apartment. Go to the stairwell. And we'll check the sitting room on the way. Oh, great. Of course. Of course it is. Just randomly, for no reason. Of course it is. Thank you.
Detective, am I glad to see you? Lock the door, will you? I don't think Dr. Gray would appreciate us snooping around.
What's going on here? This feels so strange.
Oh, okay. Fixed camera now. Of course. Why not? Let's completely change the navigation of the game for one scene. False book. Myth of the Golden Fleece. Let's open it. It's a hollow book. Yeah, okay, but we can't open it? We can't open the hollow book? No.
There's a book missing.
Okay, before I insert the book, let's also... Oh my god, there's something on the ground?
Have you found anything?
What? Yeah, I've seen some things.
Okay. Let me know if there is anything you want to talk about.
Yeah, I want to investigate this puddle on the ground. Oh, no, that's a speech bubble to talk to her. Okay, fine. Well, this is new. Look at that. What's that? A toy talisman. A lanyap. That's 2 of 3 from All the World's a Stage.
Nice.
Okay, let's put in the book.
What did you do?
I was just rearranging the books.
Well, come on, let's check it out. I think I'm beginning to understand. Dr. Gray is dealing with some kind of mass delusion.
Right, can I explore this bathroom?
Huh. Has that been there this whole time?
Furniture key. First meeting transcript.
Good to finally meet you, Mr. Hartwood. I'm here on the behalf of your brother Philip. You were expecting me, weren't you?
Yes, you're from Derceto, no?
That's right. I just wanted to ask you a few questions to see if there is anything I can do to help you and your family.
Okay.
I understand you're full of imagination. You make up a lot of things.
I suppose.
And you obsess over them, blurring reality and fiction.
Sometimes.
Do you want to tell me about the Dark Man?
No, I don't.
That's all right. Perhaps there is something else you can tell me. Something you know to be made up, but you hold dear.
Juan?
John? Who's John?
No, Juan Luis Jorge. Oh, wait there a moment. Here, take a look.
Is he... Oh, he is the author.
It's a magnificent book. Life-changing even. The real Juan is long dead, but I like to think of him as my friend. My most beloved friend.
I see. Do you often do this? Fantasize about people you read about?
No. Well, there is Jacob.
Who is Jacob?
Turn to the last page.
Oh, it's a newspaper article. The Prisoner of Ice, Jacob van Ostad. Is he also your beloved friend?
Oh, no, Doctor. Not at all. He is the fire that fights fire.
Yes, I think it's clear your overstimulated imagination, this mania, needs to be tempered for you to live a normal life. I know your family calls it the Hartwood curse, but I want you to know that there is nothing supernatural about your condition. It's all inside your head. And with that, I'm very qualified to deal with. In time, you will be cured.
In time,
In time.
Yes, in time we will exorcise all your demons, all the dark men.
Yeah!
Please, Mr. Hotwood, calm yourself.
What happened?
Oh, don't you worry your little head about it, Miss Hotwood. Your uncle and I just had our first breakthrough.
That was a breakthrough, huh? Right, don't stand...
That mark on the floor looks like talisman positions, but from which direction should I look at it?
The snake dagger.
The Snake Dagger, a monograph by Yael Klein. In Ludwig Prin's book on pagan rituals called The Mystery of the Grave, as translated by Nicholas Vachy, there are several references to a sacrificial dagger called the Snake Dagger. It has long been thought of as a poor translation of the original text, that it would be more appropriate with worm dagger from the Latin vermis cultrum. This seems natural following the recent consensus that the original title of Prin's book, De Vermis Mysteris, should literally translate to the mystery of the worm. However, this would take away from Vachy's great effort at translating the underlying meaning of the words and revealing several cultural beliefs. While Prin certainly was using the term worm as a symbol or synecdoche for death and the dead, which is made clear by the contents of the book, in the case of the dagger, we shouldn't be too hasty to dismiss his translation. Reading through Vachy's correspondence with his patron, it appears that he had more than just the Latin text at his disposal. Vachy had dug up Prin's living relatives and uncovered several cross-referenced historical texts and an actual snake dagger. The dagger was dated to the early Middle Kingdom of Egypt and had such a clear shape of a wave that Vachy considered calling it the sinusoidal blade. Knowing the full story, it seems prudent that he chose to translate it as snake and not worm. There are several reasons why this choice of word helps us understand the pagans that Prin's book attempts to describe.
More.
The symbolic value of the shape becomes more apparent when reading about the use for the dagger. In the passage of possession and exorcism, we find the snake dagger poisons the poisoner within the victim and is therefore pacified. Where the literal text would tell us that the worm dagger trumps the demon possessing the victim, it tells us nothing of their reasoning, only that somehow this dagger wins against the demon, like it had the better hand in poker. Vachy's translation allows us to follow the underlying logic to the ritual magic that is being performed. Poison the poisoner sounds like fighting fire with fire. That to hurt the demon possessing its victim, the priests would have to fight back with a power that is known to the evil they are fighting. The snake dagger is therefore not only a good way to describe its form, but it also helps us understand how it could be thought of as a useful tool for exorcism. Finally, it also helps us understand their relationship to lunacy, that it was thought of as something poisoning the mind rather than controlling it. What is also interesting to note is that the possessed are always considered poisoned in their head and not their heart. The snake dagger always went to the eye of the possessed, leaving them partially blind, if they had the good luck to survive.
Okay, what's in the cabinet? Nothing! Telephone.
Hello?
Detective Carnby?
Who is this? Jeremy?
Jeremy is with the Dark Man. You can't save him.
Well, I've done everything he wanted so far, and there's just one more thing on the list. I expect him to keep his promise and return Jeremy unharmed.
Get out, Detective. while you still can.
Right. Didn't they close and lock that door? Okay, don't I need a code for this? Oh, God.
What were you saying about mass delusion?
Dorsetto seems to have a deranging effect on people living close by. It has a history of creating cults devoted to some nature goddess. Even the name Dorsetto refers to the cult existing here before the Civil War. Dorsetto was the name of an ancient fertility goddess worshipped in Syria. Dr. Gray and his friends, however, seem to prefer the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young, or Shub-Nigroth. And that name can only have come from my uncle's twisted mind.
Right, okay, so we gotta figure out this clock puzzle. Oh, this is why I hate fixed camera like this. It changes the controls. Let's see. Any hands of a clock in here? Okay, well, what clue gives us the... Okay, there's light coming from that locked door. What clue gives us the clock coordinates? It's a 3-digit code. Is that mirror not significant? Oh. Oh. 913? Nope.
Detective Conby wanted nothing more than to make
Use
sense
the
of it all.
talisman with the
But
clock to
clearly,
open another
that
gate.
was not in the cards right now.
He had that when he arrived. This is the lasting debt. This is his commonplace book. And I don't see any clock coordinates on this thing. Well, we could try that. 358 again. The image on the floor, Ox, I know, but the image on the floor doesn't really tell us much. Like, let's go take a look at it. Yeah. So, the three rings are just in order. If you look at the image on the floor, the three rings are in the order that they are naturally before you move them around. And then you've got a host of symbols around them. They appear to be pointing at like a bow at the bottom and some sort of planet with a line through it at the top. But we see this, like this is its natural state. It's in these rings, right? And that's the way it is right there. I could point it at the bottom, unless those numbers, the symbols signify numbers. Click and Orca says, no, they aren't. One is facing forward, two are facing 180 degrees backward. Oh my God, you're right. Yeah, oh my God, you're right. All right. Oh, stop it with this. But then it doesn't work that way, though, right? So if we face this around that way... Oh. The closet is the portal. Nope, nope. There we go.
You okay? You look a little frazzled.
Just stupid telephone.
I know. I tried calling the police earlier. The telephone is completely dead.
It's not... Yeah, no, the telephone isn't working. Miss Hartwood, I think you're gonna want to see this.
Is there something in the closet?
Yeah, there is. You don't see the very obvious gate leading to whatever Jeremy's madness is serving up next?
I don't understand. Are you making some kind of fashion metaphor? I'm sorry, I don't have time for this. Can you just tell me what you're doing?
You don't see this. It's fine. It's fine. Catch you later.
Are you going inside the closet?
Yeah. You got a problem with that?
No. Do what you think is right, Detective.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Goodbye, Miss Harwood.
Wow. Okay. We are in another world. And I think I'm out of time. Tell you what, I started late because I was ranting about the Fallout show, so I'll give you like 10, 15 more minutes. At least I'm out of the stupid fixed camera phase of things. Are we in a ship? No? Maybe? Yeah? Sallow offering. 3 of 3 from the Prisoner of Ice.
What can be said about Jacob van Ostad without evoking contempt or apologia? The first piece of information is the obvious. He is not the explorer Jeremy idolized in his youth, but the figment of his imagination. If you want biographical facts, I am not the one to answer such questions. In the case of Jeremy, he is a guardian of imagination, or rather a persona appointed the role of containing a self-sabotaging mania. However useful Jacob once was, his loyalty to Jeremy has slowly been replaced by fanaticism. Like a firekeeper who has for decades been burnt by his own sacred flames, now does what he imagines the fire wants. Jeremy has lost all control over Jacob and suffers greatly because of him, but is admittedly also still invigorated by his labor. In the plainest of words, Jacob keeps Jeremy sick so he can remain Jeremy.
Flares! Oh, dear God. Didn't work. Okay, I can't go faster. I can't go faster. Something is pushing me back.
Hey, you! What are you doing here? What is this place?
Turn back, detective. You're not wanted here.
Whoa, take it easy. I'm not your enemy.
You're wrong, detective. You're wrong.
He broke my ice pick, jerk. Well, I killed Jeremy. I killed him. I was supposed to save him, and I killed him. And he had tentacles coming out of his mouth, because of course he did. Align the stars?
Of course, Taurus. I figured you wouldn't want your stars aligned, Jeremy. Maybe that is what you need to temper that mania of yours. I did it, didn't I? Oh.
This will be fun. Let's try this again. Levartation says, Ox always tells chat when we've had too many drinks and the end of the broadcast. Good night, everyone. Ox, can't wait to see your vid this weekend. Thank you, Levartation. About to finish the game? Were we that close?
Jeremy?
I did everything! Aren't you happy? Stupid charlatan! What more do you want from me? You want me to lose my mind?
Oh, my lord! Doctor! Baptiste!
Jesus. What were you thinking, compadre?
Okay, chapter 5. We stabbed Jeremy in the eye with a ice pick and assaulted an orderly. All in a day's work here at Derceto. Nice blood dripping from the ceiling there.
You awake? You are awake. Mr. Conby's up.
Hey, buddy. I thought you'd be knocked out for the rest of the night. Come on out and join us, will you? I'll save you some gumbo.
Good to have you back. You gave us all a good scare.
What happened?
You had a psychological breakdown. Sorry for manhandling. You were being violent, you see.
You stabbed Jeremy and then punched Dr. Gray.
Are they okay?
Jeremy's a little strange, but everything's back to normal.
Really?
All thanks to you, combat. You want to try standing up?
All thanks to me. I punched the doctor and stabbed Jeremy.
Well,
if it isn't the hero of the day.
How am I?
How are you feeling, Detective?
Never better. How about you two? Hey, Jeremy, I didn't do too much damage, did I?
Oh, just lost an eye.
Things are fine. Very quiet.
What's up with him? Painkillers?
No. You see, despite you having the finesse of a one-eyed butcher, you managed to lobotomize dear Jeremy.
I did what?
It's actually quite impressive. It's not like I hadn't considered it myself. I just wish Jeremy could have been helped without reducing his personality to that of an oyster.
But he's gonna live.
Of course. As long as someone keeps feeding him, he'll outlive the best of us.
Ah, there's the solution to our problems. Right. It's amateur surgery hour. We lobotomized him.
Does Emily know about Jeremy's condition?
Yes. She seems to be handling it quite well under the circumstances.
I am the hero of the hour.
Hey, Ruth. Glad to see you made it back to Derceto.
You too, Detective. Make sure to stay for the festivities. It's no Mardi Gras, but it ain't bad.
Right, well, I need to go make an offering under the tree, don't I? Oh, okay. We got some soup here. I do love soup.
Good to see you back on your feet, Detective. Have some gumbo.
Thanks. I'll save it for later.
Oh, man, I want the gumbo. I can't have gumbo? Can I get to the cellar now? No, they blocked it off. Nope. I gotta make an offering.
All right, tell me, what the hell's about to happen here?
Every year we have a little turn the page ceremony by the tree. It's symbolical. It's like life has its cycles of grief and happiness. You know? Just like a tree facing the seasons. Things change, but remain the same.
Deep.
That is one impressive tree.
More impressive than you could ever imagine.
Okay.
Hey, kid. What are you up to?
Preparing for the ceremony. I don't want to disappoint Mother.
Right. Well, I've got a quest to leave an offering. Let's do that. How do I do that? Around back here, maybe? No. Find a spot. Objectives.
Everything was back to normal. Did any of it really happen? What had Conby actually been doing all night?
Okay, my quest to leave an offering by the tree is now gone. I've been trying to do that all broadcast, but I could never find a way back to the tree because the doors were always locked. All right, well, chapter 5. Let's wait for Emily.
Everyone knows what to do? Y'all know the new words.
Mrs. Thompson, we talked about this. I'm not sure everyone is comfortable.
Doctor, I insist. This is important. We've waited for so long, Doctor.
Let's just go with the old song. Not every change is an improvement.
Boss, good or bad, we need to move forward.
All in, Doc. Let's bet it all. But we don't know what we're dealing with.
It'll be okay, Doctor. Better even.
were there praises in abundance to the black goat of the woods. Hear us, mother. Take pity on us. Take pity on us.
Ever
Hear
there
us
praises
and
and
praises
abundance
and
to the black
black
goat
goat
of
of
the
the
woods.
woods.
On us.
Hear us, mother, and take pity on us.
Let's go to the
Take
woods.
pity on us.
Hear us, mother. Take pity on us. Oh! Wait a minute. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Stop! Are you crazy? He's the habit
Detective, get my uncle out of here.
There you go, Emily. All right.
Jeremy, come with me. Get over here.
Oh!
Jeremy, come with me. Jeremy, come here.
Did the tree eat the guy? The tree ate him. Oh, it's a tree monster! Oh, it's gonna eat people! Dr. Gray! No, Dr. Oh, is this the running part? Run! Run! We're gonna run! What? No? We're gonna run? Stop the black goat of the
I can't
woods!
let that monster leave Derceto. I have to stop it.
Could this have been avoided? Did I do something wrong to trigger this ending? Could this have been avoided? I don't know, man. I awoke the dark goat of the woods thing. And the kid escaped, thankfully. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Alright, it's time to kill a tree monster. But I don't know how. Get out of here. Down here? How do we get out of here? Can't go there. What do I do? Where do I go? Oh. All the bodies in the way because I can't jump or step over things. Oh, just line of sight up. Here we go. There we go. No, I want that. What's that? I want that. I want that. No, I don't want that. Let's go. It was a dark and stormy night. Let loose the dark goat of the woods. All right, Cthulhu thing. Acid. Got your eyeballs!
Pop all those little caviar on your face.
All out of bullets.
boss fight. Wow. I kept on trying to use the flare gun, hoping it could do like area effect fire damage to all of the little zits on the body thing that you gotta pop apparently, but it didn't do that, which is making me wonder why they gave me the flare gun to begin with.
Gotta find more bullets.
Can't skip it. God. Can't skip it. Levitation says, is this where you bring the tree branch from Aquila City back to New Atlantis so we can reproduce? Yeah, I guess so. Supposed to do? Like, they just swarm you with guys at the very bottom, and you're all out of ammunition, and they don't give you the same ammunition that they give you for the top. There's just no space to do anything. This boss fight is just awful. This is not fun. I don't want to do this anymore. I'm done, everybody. I've got to go to bed. It's late, and this is a stupid boss fight. I just don't want to do it. So there you go. They gave you health at the top level, but they don't give you any health at the bottom level. So it's just, you got to ration your health on the bottom, which I don't want to do. Anyway, thanks for joining me, everybody. That's Alone in the Dark. Alone in the Dark. An interesting game. A plot that, you know, it's a plot, I guess. And the port was, well, you know, it turned on the game. It turned on, and you could do things like, well, some things. Sometimes when the game wanted you to do those things, and sometimes even when it wanted you, you couldn't do those things. But, you know, there it is. Alone in the Dark. Glad we played it. Well, thanks everybody for joining me. I hope you guys tune in next week. Same Ox time, same Ox channel for something that I'll replace this one with. Something better. Taking all requests. Let me know what you guys think. Sebastian says, wow, a rage quit ending. That's a first for me. I mean, I've rage quitted a couple of games before. But this one, it's a stupid boss fight, and I'm not going to spend my time doing it anymore. Anyway, have a wonderful rest of your Thursday, and I'll see you all again very soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Bye-bye now.